first two maps for PRX are going to be their Yoru Raze double duelist compositions. I expect G2 to want to play a really different style here. In the past, Valorant's teams have been excellent in that control meta, playing very slow around the double smokes. For me, I fully expect them to go that way. The question is just, what is Jaw playing? Does he go back to the Raze or the Neon as he played in the past? Or do they still want to play the Yoru? Because, well, you know, Teo is pretty much gone. Yoru is still probably one of, if not the most busted agent in the game.
You cannot be scared when you play against PRX. You need to face off against that aggression. And I think that having the Yoru and having Jogamo, he knows exactly how to do it. We were seeing it in the video. He stole that trophy for them. And I think that today he might know exactly how to play against them. And also, do not let them get into your head. We also saw PRX taking a little bit more time in that huddle, just having a last final words, because they know how important it is. If G2 are to live to expectations, this is not going to be easy for PRX.
The only thing that should have been said at the end of that huddle, don't let go of the gas. Don't let go of the gas. That's my assessment.
That Team Liquid game in the Swiss stage to qualify here for PRX, honestly, they should have won all 3 maps. They should have won split, and they should have stomped on map 3. It had to go to OT because they let off the gas, they started making mistakes. They have to show a much more focused showing here if they're to beat a team like G2.
We really hope that they learn from their mistakes, because Mimi, you're saying they should have won. I ended up thinking they could have lost. They could have lost all of those maps just because they get into their own heads. They know that they can win, and when you get so close to it, you still have to push for the win. You have to be convincing. But if that was the PRX that we had to see in Swiss, if it was going to happen, it had to happen in the past. And now when it comes to playoffs, when you're going up against the best of each region, you have to be prepared.
Here we go. All right, so your answers have been given here. It seems like might be getting Jog on that Raze here, right? But we are going to be getting nothing really that different from what we've seen from PRX.
From G2. Remember, it's live now.
Oh, I didn't realize that. Okay, look at that. I'm old, everyone. I'm old.
Up just yet. I think you could just switch Trent 1-for-1 onto the Fade, and this comp works perfectly fine.
Oh yeah, absolutely. But Jogamo going on the Raze, that would be a change, right? We're speaking of him just playing the Euro constantly. If we are to see that change, that would be interesting. Still, the hovers, they just want to keep us waiting.
Yeah, potentially. But of course, to what you were saying before about Jogamo on the Raze, I mean, sorry, Jogamo on the Euro, he's also played the Raze plenty of times as well, too. So he's got that.
It's been his best stage in history.
Absolutely, but we haven't seen the Raze since Bind was in the map wholesale, so...
Yeah, good call.
I've missed it, quite honestly. Leaf is going to lock the fight, but there's no surprises. This guy is one of the best lurk players on that role.
He goes on the
So
Yoru.
Intelligent, and yeah,
and it is Fade.
It's going to be the same thing. There's the Fade pivot. Okay, this is pretty much what we thought, right? You're still going to get the double flashes with both the Breach and the Yoru. You have tons of line control with that stun and the Omen Paranoia as well. This is just a straight up good comp, and it's honestly a really easy pivot away from the tail meta.
Yeah, we're seeing here an 80% map win. That one loss that they had was an overtime against 100 Thieves, if I'm not mistaken, and it was a 14-12. You know, that another map that they could have won perfectly. So G2 should be extremely comfortable, and their opponents that pick.
All right, folks, we're set for the first map of playoffs. So let's go ahead and send it over to your casters. Make some noise for Achilles and Paper Thin.
Thank you very much, Des. Here we are. Playoffs is finally upon us. And off the rip, a rematch from Shanghai. G2 going up against PRX. This time, G2 having the selection.
Yeah, I mean, pretty wild to think that we're going to see a very similar opening to Masters that we saw back in Shanghai last year. They also played each other in Champions, where G2 took them down 2-0 in the group stage. So a lot here to prove for PRX. They're a team that looked like they might be cruising into these playoffs in that matchup against Team Liquid, and nearly stumbled at the very, very last moment, but got it together, got themselves here. These are two teams with multiple regional titles, but only one player on that stage has any global title at all, and that's Jogamo. So for everybody else, the path to getting that Masters trophy starts right now.
The theme for the event is redemption, is reflection. Divine looking back on that moment, losing the trophy to Jogamo, wants to get some revenge here today. Toronto, are you ready to kick off the playoffs?
PRX starts on the defender's side for the entirety of this matchup. And they're grouping up towards mid. This is something G2 likes to do a lot on their pistols, is put mid pressure down. Doesn't matter what map it is.
Push out, Trent lucky to escape with his life. Be a tiny little tick of damage taken there.
Time to jump.
In the meantime, a sight. Doors open. G2 making themselves feel comfortable.
Yeah, gave away so much information there with just Trent's little peek. But now, PRX, I like this, trying to come from the top of heaven and flood in.
Only flanks to come through here for PRX. HL's not going to be able to find too much damage. Just going to barrel their way down through elbow. Something in behind one is going to be taken out from Battling. Jogamo responding in kind. Patman feeling one back to high, flushed out. Now it's all down to Patman. Top of the spike, the swing, and Trent is good for the headshot. G2 playing the opening pistol.
Yeah, I mean, just everybody trying to flood through that elbow, but that toxic screen has a great placement there to kind of keep the positions hidden just a little bit extra longer for G2. They can really line up and do some damage there. Great work around the corner. Jogamo holding the line behind the screen. And then they've got two players still over at main to lock that down. And that's going to be something PRX struggled with a bit. You know, just thinking back to their match against Liquid here today, the retakes were a little bit off sometimes. You know, a team that likes to flood, a team that likes to go in that death ball, and good teams will cut that apart.
Well, right now, G2's avoiding it. Seeing pretty much everybody aside from Divide situated outside of A.
This has been a lot of the eco rounds for PRX on this map. Want to just grab the orb for sure.
Even if they do get the overwhelm and push forward to find the leaf, would just be a ghost recovered. Would be the most impactful of weaponry, which has now been taken away from them, as the Sheriff's going to be left on the floor. As Divide does get picked off.
That's a nice find. Let's see what PRX wants to do. They're going to really make a go for this. Sometimes they will, but most teams will just die to the spike here, or at least try to. The real danger player is Leaf. Let's see if PRX is going to be ready for that. A tremendous lurker. Never know when he's going to show up. A little bit of delay with the util.
Yeah, just further cycling them back. Leaf, we'll see if he's going to be able to find another one. He's going to catch the timing, so Forsaken does get taken down. He himself can go ahead and upgrade this Sheriff now. Trying to play for a couple more ult charges as he swoops around the back here of Ali. Peek coming in. Patman does manage to find it. Pushes to the corner, finds Jinx stunned up. Patman gets another nice shot. 4 overall clean kills here for the fate of PRX, but G2 otherwise will give themselves a fairly clean anti-eco as they start 2-0.
Yeah, pretty stock standard stuff for G2 so far. Just finding the openings, and if they see any space on the map, they're going to immediately take it. They're a hungry team.
Omen killed.
Patman doing his best there on the back line. Overall, G2 able to keep a couple of those Guardians and Bulldogs in, a little bit of a buy-up as well, but see what Valen wants to do, if he's going to go for anything. Stinger, I was going to say, I should know better.
Leave the Dream Seer to me.
Least shocking purchase. As Trent sending out the Haunt here to see if he gets any kind of reveal, is escort forward over towards ramp. Not taking any chance of just getting caught by some stray sprays. Doesn't even just TPing back across and through main. Seems like after this minor exploration, G2 gonna look to change it up a bit.
Yeah, already a little bit too much contact for their liking. And that's a team that this is a team that is very diligent about those kind of things. They are so smart about identifying who is where and understanding, you know, what kind of opponent, you know, setup they're gonna be dealing with, and then looking to find the weaker side. And they seemingly have done so again, but PRX starting to get a little bit wise to this.
Well, eating the bullet there. Forsaken otherwise not able to find too much damage. Does get a glimpse, but able to bounce out into the garage. And Leaf, okay, does end up getting taken down. Jogamo finds the spot here. Launch the who's going to be overwhelmed. Talon arrives from above. Forsaken with one more kill. Now traded out, but Patman still putting up the heroics, looking to do some more. Stem the bleeding as much as humanly possible. As Shock right of the rope. Push over the top. Valen does end up falling to the wayside. A dink across, but overwhelmed here is Jonah P. PRX will get themselves a win here in the anti-bonus, but they lose out on 3 players.
Yeah, I mean, I think a little bit of lack of mid-control this time cost PRX. Not able to figure out how big the push is going to be from G2. I mean, Forsaken, okay, able to win that battle. gets a second, but Divide gets trapped in a really awkward position where he just doesn't have any outs. They've got the crossfire from up on the rafters and through the box. And then the rest of the team is able to show up just in time. Forsaken going to be on his feet a lot if Paper X is doing well. He's been their hype man this event for sure.
Absolutely. Looking to get him a bit entrenched here in Garage. One way now on the setup.
That should give it away.
Oh, he's going to push up into this, get up on top of the box, and Valen, I'm not sure if he's going to read this. Normal Jonah P is Forsaken! Hits the transfer on the 2. Jogamo there eats a bit of damage, but is able to go ahead, spare them any further catastrophe.
When Forsaken's done that before, it's been a hold around the corner or in the cubby that Jogamo's looking at. This is the first time we've seen him use that smoke to jump up on top of the box. That is a great changeup from Paper Rex, and it costs G2 dearly.
Player advantage for now going to be there in the hands of PRX. Divide playing closer, Vale's going to be spotted. Shingy in the line share damage, but on the re-swing, finds Leap, and now it's all down to Jogamo. Divide, Johnny on the spot, hounds him down, and that is Paper X tying things up 2-2.
Now, one of the ways you can disrupt G2 is if you can find the timings when they're thinking about doing their executes, when they're thinking about trying to use some of that util. Forsaken there works his magic. That is absolutely brilliant stuff from him. Divide there, full flash, no problem. Knew right where Jogamo was. And that's a really solid round for Paper Rex.
This is one to be scared of if you are Paper Rex. It's just about full stingers in the hands of G2.
It's just as fearsome as when they have rifles almost.
Something with the Outlaw. Quickly forced off the angle, forced back over in towards the spawn. And Valen is just TPing forward, taking so much space here. He's already into heaven. And he's gonna catch them off guard. Runs out of bullets, swaps to the classic, still gets some damage in, and Patman cannot find more in ramp. This is exactly what I was just talking about. G2 immediately in with a 2-player advantage.
Incredible on Ecos.
Dimensional drift going forward. Forsaken nearly caught on time as the Prowler caught on the wall. There's Leaf's position. Strong goes for the exit. It's the spray and pray, and Forsaken left to his own devices. 1v4 at 46 HP. G2 upping the pace, disrespecting the setups. Taking away this round win. Back in the lead.
And this is one of the hallmarks of championship caliber teams, is that they can win ecos at a pretty high clip. And that's going to be something G2 does very early in this match. Round 5, double headshots there for Trent. Absolutely nasty stuff. Like you said, Valen way ahead of where Paper X could expect him to be. That's been something that's been hurting Paper X in this event, is they're not quite always aware of negative space, not always quite aware of the possible positions of their opponents. I mean, how many times have we seen them get killed with knives out in their hands? Definitely something they need to shore up. This is a G2 team that is going to try to make you guess where they're going to be coming from. It's going to be a lot on this guy right here, Leaf. He is fearsome, but there's a 3-man stack here for Paper Rex.
Really want to try to get him out of here. Tucks back, drops down. Paranoia going to be sent, but only eats a tiny tick of damage there to the back of the leg. The trap play doesn't come to fruition. Patman now going to be slowly creeping his way through the spawn to try to set up a flank here, but this B site very much open for the taking for G2. Push on the corner though, Forsaken. Reading the plant spot. Finds a headshot on the Trent, delays a little bit further.
Gives you the man advantage too.
Spike planted.
1-1, drop, checked, but there's the timing. Jogamo swinging when it's the worst possible moment there for something. Patman needs this flank to be big, but it is being watched, and it's just gonna be taken down off the rip. Player advantage now here for the side of G2. The push into the smoke, Forsaken able to find one. Jogamo does get eliminated. TP forward, the swing out from Divide. Arriving on the Raptors and finding Jonah P, finding them all. Divide gets the 3K. Paper X gets to the fuse, and we stay tied up at 3-3.
Forsaken's creativity on the Omen is something else right now. The way he uses this smoke to set himself up to initially delay the plant, give themselves that man advantage, and then he's gonna TP forward after finding a kill in the smoke, trying to come out of alley, and that sets up Divide for the nice bait and switch. And then Divide from the Raptors drops the elbow down on top of G2. Got some ults to work with though now. You've got a Nightfall, you've got a Pit there for G2. You're one away from a Rolling Thunder. Close to some big ones. Jing one away from a Showstopper, something one away from a Dimensional Drift. So a lot to work with here for both squads in terms of the ult economy.
Might just be looking to up the pace here once again. Some pressure here on the lead.
Face your fear!
Dan is able to go ahead, stay back. Nightfall avoided by something. We'll be hearing the lion's share of these players. Prowler scouts his position. Knows that the Aura's gate crash in the back of sight. Devi is going to be taken down as Valen with that stinger.
वॉच पार्टी होगी आज, कुछ नहीं होगा ज़्यादा.
Pre-fire, but bullets whizzing past the enemy Omen. Omen stays alive.
2 मैचेस से आज.
Nightfall now going to be sent. Point blank on the rocket, doesn't find value. Jogamo quickly trades it out. Player advantage. Maintain, but now it's found the body of PRX. A 2v2 is better. Swings the corner, Forsaken. Comes around the box, and that is going to be PRX. Once again, scraping by with a retake as things get chaotic and regaining the lead by 1.
Well, their mechanics are looking really strong right now for PRX. They're flooding together. It didn't work early, and now it's starting to really come together for them. A few kind of off-kilter moments early, and it maybe looks like G2 is going to be able to hold it down. Forsaken, Patman coming together nicely there. Nice swing early from something. Gets doubled up on, but that's okay. That opened up the space for the rest of his team to start controlling the front of the site. Really nicely done. G2, now they want to take a timeout to think about this. I mean, I can't really fault G2 in a lot of these rounds so far. I think they've been doing
involved in these eliminations with the 4 assists.
You know, G2's trying to play ahead of the Rocket, but I think you can give Jing a bit of a pass as long as he kind of steps it up a little bit, because he's been their best player so far in this event. So for sure, not the end of the world. But the bigger thing here for PRX is they came out ahead in that ult economy, and now they can use this Viper's Pit to completely make mid unassailable and stack up over on one side.
Patman just through the wall, able to find Jogamo. Realistically from G2, how do you try to pivot from here? What does the play look like when you don't have that Yoru to try to cause disruption and chaos on the entry? Valen's shown that he's more than willing to go double TPing forward, but without those added layers, those flashes in behind, can be a lot more difficult, and seems like they're going to land on trying to push up into this smoke and overwhelm.
You remember the corner he was tucked in last time.
Able to avoid it, push forward, spots out one. Trent just quickly traded back, drops the pit here in mid.
That's bought a ton of open space on the map. Just going to be Forsaken, potentially over on the A side. Patman may be thinking about sliding back over into a 2-2 here for PRX. Haunt to check, doesn't get any contact. G2 still a bit away.
Cycles the smoke out here onto the main entry.
30 seconds left.
Trent at the ready, util in hand, trying to send. Paranoia's gonna go flying. A little bit of damage gonna be dealt here by Forsaken. Sends out. The Paranoia connects on the leap, comes up with the kill. He is gonna be stuck in position. Valen will be able to hound him down, but now he is all alone with 5 HP in a dream. Tuck around the corner. The nade going to be sent. Sign seal delivered. Jing will go ahead and get himself on the board. As PRX this time able to avoid the sting around.
Yeah, they read this round really, really nicely. I like using the Viper's Pit right away. That's a part of the map that has given them problems on some of the rounds they've seeded. Here, Patman. Nice. Oh my God. This makes a good read. G2 doing a little bit of homework though. The last time that PRX was on this defender side against Team Liquid, that's the corner that Devi was tucked up in when he sent that pit. So they knew where he was going to be at, use that fault line, able to at least trade it out. But everything looking solid. Operator.
Now in play.
Poison's off.
That's where the rounds start to get scary for G2. Something can find value.
Oh, there's a line swing out here from Devi. Jogamo tagged up. something on the opposite side. Able to go ahead and flush out that enemy Viper. Removes the lurk. Brings it into a 4v4.
As soon as he kills Leaf, something's over to the other side of the map. Reads this beautifully.
Scratch out to safety, but can he get on the line in time? That smoke should buy a bit of space, and oh boy, Forsaken, he's got the judge, but they're able to go ahead and take him down. The Clone leading the way. Jogamo instantaneous with a headshot. Gets rid of the operator. Gets rid of Jing. As he is still absolutely frying. Patman swinging around the back. Jonah P perfectly ready for it, but seemed like he had to read, but able to have the shots. Up now, scooped up here for Jogamo.
Fake teleport.
As Patman will reroute up in towards B Heaven. Trent gonna be the first line that he has to try to cross. Stuck on the angle. There, with the lineup. G2 answering one back, breaking the win streak from PRX, keeping things close.
Yeah, this time PRX tries to go for some early aggression to deny the plant. The judge up front gets denied by the Clone. This is a jog round. His Yoru on the biggest of stages is one of the best. He is so tricky to deal with, so smart with the way he uses his util. Frustration there from something. Feels like he probably should have had that. It was a good read on PRX's part in some ways, but they just weren't quite coordinated enough that time. Now we got a big 5-man stack for G2. Over on the A side, Jogamo gonna go on a dimensional drift.
Second one of the half.
Jing's in trouble.
Leading forward, and he's gonna be able to spot quite a many few players here. Said Jing in a rough position, is pushed out of this one, and Jogamo somehow comes away with the kill. Something taken down. Jing does get flushed out, not before he's able to find one. But he should have been dead to rights. Pit now invested here on the site. Divine Forsaken. Around from A main versus 4. And how have we gotten here? The spray just a hair off from being able to find Jonah P. Quick check in from Devi. Couple tags, but kill not found. Trent lingering forward. Forsaken trying to get creative with it up and over the top of the screen, but eventually does get found. Jogamo's got the shorty at the ready. Looks like Devi's gonna want to try to exit, but he will not be allowed to. G2 take everything from them, and they tie us up at 5-5.
Yeah, I mean, again, such great stuff there. Off the dimensional drift, getting so much information.
And then getting the kill on the exit.
Yeah, just absolutely brilliant stuff. I mean, Jog there with the shorty too. He's doing everything in this round for G2. You give Valen that much information, and he is going to rip you apart. You have the pit for the post plant. Tremendous.
Yo,
oh boy.
Still having some fun.
Certainly are.
Where are you?
In a spot where this could end up being a 6-6 half. Launch over the top, Valen. The rest of the team immediately taking a ton of space here at ramp, firmly in their control. 4 players. Position though for the side of PRX. With Devi joining. Things are about to get potentially a bit weird. Is okay Forsaken able to find one with a Sheriff. Something comes away with a kill as well. We find ourselves in a 3v3. As the Nightfall moves up, but this is damn near everyone. Devi a hair off, being able to have the angle. Something spots everyone on the exit. Doesn't have the time to double back to go for a weapon, just trying to intercept.
Just all about timing here for something. You can see Jonah P aware of it.
Being watched by 2. Jonah P swings back of the pillar. Patman now arriving.
Spike planted.
2v3 with just the one rifle between them. Head's gonna be spotted. Patman gets his taken off. Something will collect the weapon. He certainly has his work cut out for him. The silent drop. 2 flashes available to try to utilize. A double stack at backside. On the peak, nothing noted there. Sends the flash. And Jonah P able to turn it, able to find the kill. Team Ace and G2 securing 6.
Yeah, even though the beginning part of this round looks like it's going to be pretty dangerous for G2. You've got the full 5-man stack for PRX. The Nightfall just misses. Devi not able to catch a player on the exit with his Sheriff. G2 looking really good. I love the way that Jonah P is just firmly in control of the flanks. He is perpetually watching what is going on on the backside for G2, especially if Leaf's not in position on those lurks. He has really done a good job. Even if he doesn't necessarily win the battles, it's still about having that info and having that awareness. Forsaken actually doesn't TP forward, TP back this time. So a little bit of trickery, trying to confuse G2 about how he's going to play this garage spot.
See Valen looking for it, wary of it.
Yeah, that same smoke cost him dearly. So he's going to be very, very aware of it this time. Looking, see if he jumped up on the box. A little bit of spam in mid. That's going to maybe shift somebody over. No, okay, PRX opts for a different angle.
And something is not on the correct one if the swing comes through. Okay, does send out a shot. Looks like they noted each other. Quick check in towards Vent here from Jogamo on the silent drop. Patman watching and waiting. He's going to ride that right side rope up though. Continuing steadily push for a bit little moment there. Quick peek.
Should be a flash.
And might just feel the back away, but it's just gonna be the clone. So it does get information. They know that it's being watched. Two players set up here. Inside of B Heaven. Divide. Jing. Look at trying to hold this line. Jing able to find one. Blast packs across the way. Gets out towards safety. Paint shows to try to buy some space and some time. If he finds another kill, would be a showstopper online for him, but he's not gonna be able to get it. Leaf strikes him down. Patman now having to do everything. They cannot make it happen. 7-5, G2 are out in front of the half.
A little bit of a run there early for PRX, but G2 punching right back with 4 in a row of their own. Really found their groove there as that half wore on.
But already some incredible scenes, some great back and forth between the two teams. G2 out with the lead, but it's a narrow one. We'll see what happens when we come back after halftime. Been the Pistols.
Yeah.
Haven't been able to get too many of them across the board and dropped the opener here. We'll see now that they shift over onto the attacking side if they can find an ever important pistol win.
Yeah, this is a very crucial one for them. We would get them right back in the game. Be a nice start to a side of the map that you feel like they should be pretty strong on, but G2's defense always something to be feared. So good at making the right decisions at the right time. Early util dump, but a fault line gonna back up the main forces of PRX. But this is just a fact-finding mission, it seems like. No spike in the vicinity. So this is just them trying to set up for a pick. But G2, wise to the game, playing pretty far back, want to give PRX a little bit of false comfort. But you've already seen some of the initiator util. And if you go towards this A side, I mean, you've got the flashes, you've got the fades, you've got the breach util, the stuns, everything. So this is going to be tricky.
Bit of damage suffered there on the Patman. Spike still going to be set in mid. Jonah P just going to be backpedaling. And looks like the pivot will be coming through here from PRX as they try to storm their way across into the B side, but there are still about to be 3 players here to try to greet them. Divide still over in garage. Leaf spotting out one. Hits the headshot into a second. His Forsaken will fall. Trent seems to try to bring this one to an end. Might have been a fight back, but Divine out all alone. The spike on the Raptors. Jogamo about to fill that space there in heaven. Has the Sheriff, but it's going to be Jonah P with the Ghost. Was able to take him down. 2 for 2 on the pistols here on split. G2 continuing on.
A lot of players here dropping down into the open arms of G2. There wasn't much util. It's kind of bothering them. See Leaf here on the initial one, gets 2. The second onto Forsaken is ridiculous. He had taken 30, down to 34 health. Jonah P there at the end holding the line, but they were just kind of playing back the whole time as G2, just trying to mirror the movements of PRX. And they put themselves in a phenomenal position to take away PRX's map pick. Little cheeky combo there off the rip, but mostly just to take control of the orb. And they will grab it. Devi, Sheriff in mid, looking for an opportunity, but Jonah P not going to give it to him. Valen, Paranoia at the ready.
He's ready to send it. Don't worry, we got you guys here with us. We'll get the game audio back. It's all good. Valen still comes away with 3. He just knows how to make that stinger sing. Push out of the smoke. Second has him dead to rights as Devi able to try to make this a little bit more costly. Tag to 77. Jiggle Peak not going to be spotting much, but here's the Prowler coming his way. You've still got Leaf around the corner with a Judge. Sees not to connect. By considering the flank here for a moment, Jogamo just gets closer and closer to striking.
Just the tremendous patience being shown here by G2. They can wait all day. Spike's down, they know it.
30 more seconds. Noise now made.
30
Jogamo
seconds left.
off the audio cue. Starts closing the gap, getting ever closer here, but it's likely going to be Leaf able to take this one down, and he shall. Some damage dealt, 2 players dead, but G2 close out the anti-eco. Now up 9-5.
All right, this is a very big round for PRX. Do or die, it feels like at this point in the map. Oh, that last little transfer from Valen. Absolutely filthy. Does a ton of damage there. And they just don't ever really clear out the back of sight. Alex is not thrilled with what he sees, but...
To assume, I mean, not seeing a timeout quite just yet. First half was close. Probably wants to see how this bonus goes.
I mean, I think
bonus, rather.
You're fine with 5 on defense for PRX. I think that's why he didn't pull the timeout.
Charges.
If this one doesn't go their way, 100%, there should be a timeout. But once again, a mid-stack, a little bit of a pullback for G2. They're giving up some of this A main space, opting to try to maybe corral PRX at Heaven. One of the problems for PRX is they didn't control A Heaven at all, and it seems like they're not going to again. They're just going to flood the site.
Now, decent spot of control here for PRX. 5v5 retake, getting ready to kick off. This little peek in towards ramp here. Very much stacked. 3 players from PRX sitting out through main. Swing out into the open. Patman eating an immense amount of damage. Literally 1 HP remaining on him as something gets taken down by Trent. Patman going to be trying to do his damage. Flash connects. Jing being on the corner. He's able to collect 2. And gets the 3rd as well. Must just be an attack-sided raise, but Jing comes alive when they need him the most. And tries to mitigate the losses. Still 2 players lost from PRX, but they deny the bonus conversion.
Yeah, PRX able to hang on despite some trickery here from G2. They make it look like they're going to push down ramp. They send a lot of their forces that way, and then double back up towards A Heaven and come from screens in Heaven, and it does actually probably give them a few extra kills there. PRX not quite ready, but ready enough is Jing on the back of sight. Phenomenal there with the Phantom. Bulldog though for Patman.
That's cannon for Devi.
Oh boy, yeah.
Just a Phantom.
The judge for leave. A little bit scary, but gonna try to rely on Jing. Just win some individual duels. A lot more players stacked up this time for G2 to try to deny access. Jonah P with that breach util can be really annoying. Can send some flashes on the jog.
Devi under some pressure, backing away to avoid it as Jing swinging in. Full flash from the clone. Jonah P just holding down M1, spamming through the smoke and screens, trying to see what he can find. And something's going to be taken down. Jogamo finds him right there, point blank, up close and personal. Similar to Devi, will get taken down. Patman trades it back on a 1. Coming to the corner, the swing out. Jing able to find the first, but Leap now striking with the judge.
Face your fear!
It's just Patman and Forsaken all alone now. Just Patman with everything to do. Swing on the corner, finds the first. The Hawk going to be sent. Re-swings, clears out Leap. Prowler at the ready. Trench in front, and Patman is him! His first global stage in his rookie season. And he pulls off a Red Bull clutch to close the gap down to 2 rounds separating.
What a find for PRX Patman has been. He is so impactful. A lot of times it's with his util, but now he clutches it out on the fade. He's got a lot of PRX on their feet. And that could be one of those tide turners. He's got 18 kills on the map. Patman is flying.
Lobby leader. Again, into a bit of a half purchase here for G2. Never a freebie when playing against this squad.
No, this is so dangerous.
For the Bucky, a sheriff for Trent. Stinger in hand for Valen, about to make contact against all of these players here in Garage. Fowler, however, does manage to scout him out. Steve needs the bullets, he backs away, Boombot gonna get cleared. Somehow, pretty much no one ends up taking too much damage, just a minor little bit there on the Patman. With the orb grab, Jing now does have a showstopper online.
Looks like they're gonna commit to this.
Taking the gate crash, trying to get some detail out. Jing finds Jonah P. See the wheel there. Top of the Raptors. Spray and praise. Finds one. Nate's gonna go out. Trent already dead. That leaves just Jogamo here with the classic. Dead in something's hand. Flawless round. PRX bring it within touching distance. Just 1 round separating the 2.
This is monstrous for PRX. They're able to fight through a G2 that is pretty well prepared for this hit to come. And you don't use the showstopper either. You're able to get through this round extremely clean. Jing now starting to heat up on those entries. Need those first kills to go his way. A little bit of whiffiness here and there, but hey, believe, yeah, absolutely. And then on the other side, the yin and yang of PRX.
Yeah. Well, looking like a pacey hit here with the ult that they have, or at least it's going to be for something as he tries to escort things forward. Goes for the exit over at screens and is able to find Trent. Stopper not finding too much of anything there as Jonah P will get flushed out.
Spike down A.
3v2. The advantage and the sight opened up here for PRX, with still a late linger from Devi. Slowly creeping his way up mid in towards Vents. Jogamo with just an operator. Needs Leaf to try to do a bit of the heavy lifting here to get them into the site. Leaf himself at risk if Devi just simply turns around. And there's the pre-fire.
Toxin screen down.
Wall to fall, Devi seemingly narrowing down the options. So where his counterpart Viper could be.
Looking for maybe just the full retreat.
Did he spot him? Yes, he has. Cleanup comes through. 3 players surviving. We are tied up 9-9.
Yeah, this is a nice dimensional drift from something. Obviously getting a lot of info, but the way that he tucks himself in at screens catches Trent completely off guard there. Jonah P takes a really nice angle there because he knew the player behind him got revealed by the haunt. He wasn't going to be expected to be that far forward in that corner. Gets a kill because of it, but after that, PRX now starting to rock and roll. And it's going to be the second. time. It's going to be an early pit.
To be invested for Forsaken, a fake on the TP.
Just looking to see if he can get a response out of G2, but the discipline from Leaf, very, very good. Jogamo right around the corner with a frenzy. Is that going to be read by PRX? They haven't held this corner yet. It'll be the first time we've seen G2 try to lock down that position.
Footstep gets made. See, for the most part, they're avoiding it for the time being. The Prowlers are going to be committed towards heaven. Jonah P. Step here, now going to be revealed. This Boombot ends up going off. He finds the hit. Jogamo going to be taken down. Divide, able to flush him out. He saw consideration for the Rolling Thunder there for a brief little moment, but it seems like the call comes in. No, it's going to be far too risky, far too costly if we can't convert. So instead, they're going to have to just fight their way back down the ramp. Fight they shall. Jing dead, leaves a weapon on the floor, potentially recoverable here for G2. Trent's Prowler gets the spot out. Big position noted. Free fire into the smoke. Actually, a snap need to adjust. We'll find the remaining players as Patman holds down the ramp. PRX not allowing these half buys to find purchase, to find value. They regain the lead by 1. It's another rifle round with just the pit expended in the previous round.
Yeah, now you're gonna have the operator again for Jogamo. PRX didn't even run into his side of the map.
Lined up.
That's huge for Patman. Gets the Nightfall off the back of that too. So that's a really nice pickup there for PRX to buy 1 away from his ult, so he can get the plant down potentially and get that pit right off the rip. Jog, he's gonna try to snipe there on the ramp, but Toxic Screen was up. Just has to TP out. Meanwhile, PRX actually spreading the map a bit. Not getting too crazy here, just doing a little bit of fact-finding with some of the Fade util. Just kind of trying to decide how exactly they want to navigate this now. Probably really thinking about those other ults that are going up against them with that Rolling Thunder, with that Nightfall.
Face your fear!
Nightfall could just come out, might just see a Rolling Thunder very quickly here in response, and that's exactly what is going to happen. The PRX anticipate this, they hug back. This Prowler on the chase, quickly cleared out. Moment, G2 not fully convinced about this push. Valen blinded up here at backside, sees the TP, but Ching swings the corner and takes him down, keeps Forsaken protected. Divide doesn't have the player advantage here for PRX. Jogamo again, the operator. How do you get yourself back into this? And do you commit a Nightfall to try to identify these players' positions? Goes into the peak with a flick. It's just a hair off. Reposition comes through and something in behind them! Double pumps the shorty, survives with 6 HP! PRX get up to 11.
Great awareness here from PRX, realizing that Valen had TP'd behind the box. He wasn't still behind pillars, and Forsaken getting aggressive there on the Omen, opening up some space in this reposition from something, swap over to his trademark shorty, gets a 3K, and that is huge for PRX. The coordination today starting to look really good, and Trent, some frustration being shown.
It's one of those moments you don't want to hit tab, you don't want to see how much damage you just dealt. Such a narrow margin of error. It's something now, the attack off, striking when you least expect it. Clone to try to lead the way, Jogamo not fooled by that, does manage to quickly trade it back, sends out a flash to the site. It's already being taken here by PRX, who look to get themselves up the map point.
Out in the open with this plan.
Jing looking for a timing perhaps, but ooh, Jonah P with a belter of a headshot there off the Sheriff. He's able to note and deal with that enemy raise. Patman on the push, nearly cut in half, does manage to stay alive. That brings it now into a 3v3.
Welcome
G2
to my world.
decent position. Valen ends up getting taken down. The pit now in play. Just go ahead and try to seal the deal on this. Divide with Clip Leap there, right in the leg as he goes bounding forward into that pit. Jonah P now, no other recourse but to try to back away and hold on to this operator as PRX look to try to chase him down. Forsaken storming his way through the vents, taps the rope, rides it to the top. Jonah P finds the first. Divide wanting to try his luck. Tries to flush him out, but Jonah P will be able to cut him down to size. Unfortunately, is still only at the halfway point to a Rolling Thunder, but the operator does get saved.
Great opener here for something. Patman using that seize into just an aggressive push. You never expect that. The wild play that you see sometimes from PRX, incredible. And it's 7 in a row on this attacker side. One more to close it out here to take their map pick, to take the opening map of the playoffs here at Masters Toronto.
Immediately the rush forward here, nothing spotted in towards A-Heaven with the dimensional drift. Able to take a note here of Leaf's positioning. Something exiting, teleporting back out with the gate crash. Chagama holding close. Gets pushed away from the angles, the paint shells fly.
But Devi, I think he knows that Jagamo's back there. Might have heard the TP. They're bringing the rest of the forces over there. Too much resistance at B.
He's got a decent lurk, and then G2 should be aware that they didn't spot him out.
I don't think they're going to be ready for him on site, though. I think they think he's still at screens.
Trying to line up Jing, unable to find it. Shorty, get a bit of damage in. Knocks him down to 31. Vi here in Heaven, quickly going to be backpedaling. As Jagamo throws on the mask. Nightfall is available. Devi able to find one. Genevieve going to be taken down. The Fate in position. Trying to go for this ult send. Sends it out, but it's only going to find the enemy Viper. Leaf, get TP at the back. It's actually Valen arriving here on site. Leaf, as you say, trying to go for this flank. Ends up falling down to 32 HP, but Valen is able to find Devi at the same time. And now the site looking to be in the hands of G2. Something up and over the top, dealt with. It's all on Jing, finds one. Showstopper's gonna be too late. The defuse has already come through. G2 break the win streak. And they persevere as they look for 2 more wins to take us into OT.
Yeah, another big round here for Jagamo with that dimensional drift. And then Leaf striking at the perfect time and doesn't overcommit. Doesn't find a kill, but that's okay. Still holding this angle, and Forsaken just kind of gets torn between trying to deal with the screen's position or deal with the lurker. And he pays the price for it. And now maybe a timeout.
Not to be seen.
Not to be seen.
Find you.
Still just rely on the players to sort this themselves.
So far, they've been pretty good at it. Been able to find those moments, those adaptations. Trying to use Jing to get a little bit aggressive towards mid. And again, G2 just playing very passive at the early parts of these rounds. It's really, how ready are they going to be for Jagamo's forward position with that operator? Haven't seen this yet. He's holding on the other side of the toxic screen.
Ducks back to try to avoid the boom bot, will get spotted. There's it with a shorty, doesn't necessarily indicate the Yoru, but the flash certainly go ahead and let them know that the operator is going to be in this position. Paranoia sent, dodged. I thought maybe he'd gotten away from it. Either way, they're not able to play off the back of it. Forsaken just TPing up top here for the moment.
This could be a Vents angle here for PRX. They can suss this out. They know that the Yoru's on site. That might be what they want to avoid.
Fade out from one angle, sees onto the other, trying to peek. Still a fault line at the ready. The shorty swap, Forsaken. Not checking this, not ready for it. Gets caught, goes down. Jonathan gets ready to buy, able to go ahead, equalize it at a 3v3. Some spam damage on the Trent, puts him to 33 health as the spike now gets planted by Patman.
Not much util for either side. Paranoia for Valen, flash for something.
As everybody committed into the site. Leaf free reign, they're trying to just walk his way down ramp.
Something has to find value in this corner.
It's hit by the Paranoia, but he's not the player at risk. Devi finding another, but now it is all on something. Knows Leaf's position, knows he's there above, but Leaf seemingly does not have the lead! And this time, OT will not be
Finally, PRX जीत गई रे.
Takes down G2 on their map pick of split.
इधर मैच था किधर लेके गए थे लोग.
Of adjustments here made in a very short amount of time by PRX on split.
टोल पे
They
PRX.
do a great job
आज
finding
इतना
that open space,
शांति
finding those
नहीं
plants, taking their
रे.
time.
Well, I don't know about you guys, but I sure as hell am entertained, and I'm hoping that this series is going to deliver many more maps just like that. We've got Lotus coming up next, G2's pick, so stay tuned. Don't go anywhere.
though, as well, the momentum that PRX do lean on, especially in that split game, because that could have gone either way, Mimi.
That's like the whole thing with PRX. Ever since they made that midseason change, brought Patman in, it has been all momentum for this train thus far, just coasting their way into the playoffs. Agent select up, I expect a very similar thing here from G2. Likely play the same comp, just sub in either that Sova, probably the Fade is what I would expect.
I mean, there are changes because I expected Leaf to be going onto that Killjoy, but Trent is going to go on the Sova, and Jogamo locks in the Neon. We were waiting for this. We want to see, especially with them starting on the attack, the effect that it's going to have with those two initiators behind you.
Despite G2's success this year, Jaw has had one of his lowest individual performance years ever in his career since he's been a player at that international level. That's not because he's been bad. It's because he's been playing Neon, he's been the sacrificial lamb, he's had to be diving into all these different things. But now he gets to play on one of his absolute best agents back in front of an NA crowd to show us what he's got on that Neon.
All right, folks, so let's go ahead and find out how this one all plays out. Can it go the distance? Let's go ahead and send it back over to your casters and jump into map 2. Here's Achilles and Paper Thin.
Thank you very much, GB. I don't know. Toronto, what are you guys thinking? You guys want to see a map 3? All right, we'll see if G2 are going to be able to make it happen, get back into the driver's seat. We saw them in control for so very long on split, but PRX regained the reins, rode off into the sunset with the win on split. Let's see what happens as, once again, PRX pistols have not been kind to them.
It looks like it might be a full 4v4 scrap here early.
Turns from the flash, Jarmo on the peak, dead. Jing, off to a significantly hotter start this time around, finds that opening frag, and that is a ton of the entry power out of the hands of G2.
Because you have that Yoru, you're able to quickly pivot over to the other side of the map here to match G2's movement.
Instant damage taken there from Valen to buy with the cleanup. Finds it, and something will get overwhelmed, flanked through the site. Poison Orb lobbed in, and on that peak, Devi ends up losing his life. A 3v3. Go from a very strong start into a bit of a lopsided round now for PRX.
Oh my goodness.
Full stairs push coming through now for G2.
This is madness, but Forsaken and Patman are lined up.
Cluster together, the swing, Forsaken able to tuck back around the corner. Does get stunned there by the fault line, clear on the recon dart, and they have to re-pivot back. G2 quickly evacuating, breaking down the baby door, but already you've got PRX arrived here at upper. Looking to try to take them down. Leaf gets himself a third, a Jig will get 3 of his own. PRX claim their first pistol here in the playoffs.
And this is the side of the map where PRX did so much damage when they were playing Team Liquid. It's crazy to think that these first 2 maps are the 2 maps that went to OT the last time they played. So far, so good. Able to avoid any disasters on split. And they got the pistol, and that's really got them fired up because they need those. They were still able to win split without a single pistol, but it's a buy up here for G2. Stingers and a Sheriff.
They're looking to nullify this. Just take that pistol win away from them. As for now, weapons not being fired. No confirmation on this force up. Shots here from something. Backpedals, avoids the fault line. Space gonna be taken. Wall does get popped, so Spike cannot be brought forward into the B side quite just yet, but Valen, it's a good amount of space forward there at upper. Sheer wall now gone. Now it's tucked here at the connector, sends out that paranoia. Players arriving here from main. Jonah P. Tag down low. He and Leaf both eating an immense amount of damage. Trent though finding his timing, swings around the back, collects 2 kills. Something Divide both gonna be eliminated. The spike is on the floor. Patman's pushing forward. He's catching the timing, but he's also catching a stray headshot. Valen has managed to take him down, and this round is looking to go the way of G2. Jing all alone. Too many targets, too many angles. And the force from G2 works its magic.
And early on, they had a great plan to get themselves ahead of the curve, to get past the Vice wall, because they TP past it with Valen and sent another player through. So it kind of keeps PRX guessing a little bit. They have to pause, they have to wait this out. They don't have any information on what's going on. And that just allows G2 to set up for those late lurks, to take that early space. And that's a great call there by Valen and company. And Jing gonna be having the Bucky. A couple sheriffs otherwise. G2 now looking to play their bonus.
Season end just opens up some space. Orbit gets grabbed. Jing gonna be 2 charges away. Jonah P playing catch up. Trying to get that Rolling Thunder at the ready. Still just the 3 charges thus far. Divine Force back. Paranoia flying his way. As well as those relay bolts. Backpedals and something gets caught up by Waterfall. And try to go on a timing. Does get noted by the enemy breach.
Had a little bit of miscommunication there for PRX. Players trying to make some hero plays.
Types back towards Waterfall. Forsaken. Flushed out. And right now G2 are looking to try to make this one a flawless to swing forward. And that Bucky is not going to sing. 4K for Jonah P. That Rolling Thunder now just 2 charges away. G2 gain the lead in flawless fashion.
Yeah, this is just so brilliant from G2. So ready for something to try to make that aggressive maneuver. Jonah P ahead of the curve. It's Patman as well, and a 4K for the Professor. Yeah, that one's got to be a little bit frustrating. But really, I think PRX could have done a little bit more damage there if they're a little bit more patient. Wait for that retake and then flood, but it is what it is. Forsaken gonna go for that Odin once again here on this defender's side.
Our player stack as well. As a paint shell lobs in, Jogamo gonna be eating a good amount of damage from it. 51. Forsaken is looking to further delay. But Jing ends up being found. Flushed out of the corner. Shot gonna be committed there. Get him out into the open. They're able to collect the kill, so they're an advantage now here for the side of G2. Seems like they are more than satisfied with that on this side of the map, and now look to maybe pivot.
This is classic G2. Just take your profits and move on. You got that one, you don't need to press your advantage. Just leave Leaf to his own devices. Try to win some battles on the extremities. Patman gonna have to clear the drone. Trent, looks like he's gonna try to follow up. Try to pre-fire.
Challenge into this one. Forsaken is already rotated across towards C site, just cycling the smokes there on main. Looking to spray at the ready. The orb grab though, Jonah P. Now 1 away from having that Rolling Thunder online. He's got the spike in hand. And that's gonna be a massive post-plant tool here for them.
Read this.
30 seconds left.
Absolutely need to. Fast lane, now gonna let them know. Finds the first something. No Rolling Thunder to be concerned about this round. Tries to go out for a little bit of a wider swing, but Leaf eventually is able to find the target. Scooped up. The break of the door. Time starting to dwindle here. Thorns get raised. Look at themselves into the site.
10 seconds left.
Locked in here by the wall, but Patman does manage to find one as Valen gets taken down. Had to pull up the plan here for a brief moment. Now is able to stick it, but cannot draw his weapon back out fast enough. PRX with 3 surviving. We'll tie it up at 2-2.
Yeah, I love this little change-up of positioning from something. We haven't seen him tuck into that corner quite like that. You know, PRX will leave a player hidden somewhere over on A more often than not. It doesn't get read by G2. I don't think there's any tape of him doing that.
Enemy remaining.
And then it's just great coordination here. That's something PRX is gonna need. Because G2, you make any mistakes against them, and they will take everything. And it almost looked like maybe G2 was just gonna have this great methodical classic round where they work the map, they get the orbs, they find that opening kill.
Retrieving thorns.
They just kind of play for trades the rest of the way, but something had other ideas.
Does not have a weapon. Okay,
you don't
pass
need it.
over.
He's got a rocket. He's fine.
Well, they hand him one all the same. As Forsaken is very much getting bullied out by Trap. Going forward, something trying to take some space here, but losing his head for it. It's a massive advantage now here for the side of G2.
Oh my God, they time the C's here.
Swing out, Jogamo just has him lined up. G2 winning on all fronts. Looking to set themselves up with another flawless. As orb can be passed over to damn near everybody. You've got so many good choices. The pit, the Hunter's Fury, the overdrive. Drone will scout, spots nothing. No one's home. As Divine is going to be rotating off. The call to save has been made.
Definitely the right one. Some head scratchers here for PRX. Something going for that swing onto Jogamo. Had a fair opportunity, but Jogamo really dialed in this round. And then that 2-man push in towards mid. questionable. Just not really reading the map well there. A lot of times G2 is going to be rotating in force. So unless you're thinking you can catch Leaf in that spot, that's the only way I could see that being the right decision.
Leaf is looking to catch them.
Oh, absolutely.
Not in the most vulnerable positions, though, as the door just force a rotate from Device, who should be able to dance around this as we wait for the spike to go off. So 2 weapons still going to be retained here, it would seem, unless he hits a hell of a shot. But Device, here's the footsteps and stays tucked back. So flawless round. G2 regaining the lead.
Yeah, just really good stuff here from G2. Maybe going to be a timeout. The first one being called by PRX now. Alex, let's take some time. You know, one thing that worked really well for PRX was finding their moments of contact to set up these pinch plays against MIBR and as well against, against Team Liquid. And those were working so well. Obviously 11-1 on their defender side, but they would get contact. They'd let them take mound, and then they'd open up the door and swing from 2 angles. They'd let them take B, and they'd collapse on them. They had all these great ideas. But G2's a very different opponent. They aren't going to give you those opportunities. They're going to be really diligent at the start of the round. Again, looking for those early advantages, looking for that first kill, and then they're going to start working the map. They're going to look to see what you've left open because you've lost a player. So as PRX, to be very cautious at the start of these rounds. You really have to make sure that you understand the utility where it can be, when it can be. You know, Jing getting flushed out by some of that breach utility earlier caused him to go down early. Something just taking some of these individual fights. You know, sure, you want him to have that confidence, you want him to have that ability, but a little bit more backup behind it for PRX, so at least they can trade. That's what you'd be looking for. Guardian going to be bought here for something. Everybody else still has enough to get rifles. Obviously, the Odin carried over, a bunch of ults on both sides. So a lot to consider here for both teams.
Ready.
What does the call end up looking like? Able to find a Guardian here for something.
Scanning ahead.
Pretty low on funds. Econ over the top. Not gonna spot anything out.
PRX faked the Seek pinch. They sent out the Paranoia and some of that Fade util just to see what the response would be. But G2 is just sitting in spawn. You know, you see this after timeout sometimes for PRX where they go for those early aggressive plays. G2 very ready for it.
Jogamo noted, identified a little bit here. Behind the wall, will get spotted, but that's about all that's going to be gained here from the Dimensional Drift. Quick little exit from something.
Go.
TP's back over onto the A site. In the meantime, space being gained as G2 slowly creep their way forward here. 5 players about to be stacked at Mount.
It's a great smoke timing from Forsaken, right as they're coming towards C. That could buy them precious extra seconds. Plus there's the Vice on the other side.
Go for the backside, rolling that are going to be set. No one
जाएगी.
getting hit by that one as the wall holds everybody else back here for the moment. A TP forward from
इतना
Balance.
शांत क्यों भाई नहीं शांत मैं बोल रहा हूँ.
That's going to hit damn near everyone.
30
Hit, however,
seconds left.
does come through in play.
Nice
Divine
one.
swinging out on the timing as that revealed, but cannot find the kill.
Oh.
Jing has arrived. Lands on top. And that is going to be the play
तो
of the
पीछे
night.
निकल गया भाई.
PRX.
वो पीछे गया सोवा.
The call to action. Looking fantastic from the timeout.
नहीं मन आ गएगा तो मरेगा.
Try to see if he can stop this from being a flawless. This round is very quickly wrestled
ओमन
from
भाई
G2's
आगे
grasp.
आता तो मर जाता.
This is a great change up here. Very nice timeout by Alex for PRX. And that is all about their decision making there with their utility and with their timings. That smoke, again, just buys them a little bit extra time. You know, Devi's already sliding in. This allows you to set up as soon as that hit goes through to just storm into the site. And the rocket found Leaf for Jing. And he finds 3 kills there on that retake flood. And that is very, very nicely done. A great nightfall as well. Great timing there from Patman. Catches almost everybody on G2. This is just an orb grab here for PRX. Nobody home for G2. They're going to be pretty well aware of it, so quick pivot over to B. Oh, what a stunner from something.
Something not clipped by the relay bolt nor the Paranoia. Just hits one hell of a shot. Against that entry power. The tip of the spear gone. curveball here at G2.
All you're sitting on for ults now.
एक और round PRX एक और round निकाल दे
Love to save that for the post plant. Forsaken here on a timing spray.
थोड़ा बच
Just in case there is a rotate. They're going to see the A side over here. Our Paper Rex.
भाई पूरा खाली छोड़ दे
Not sure if they even hear that drone. Forsaken will sling over to stairs.
अरे वाइपर पागल बना रहा है इनको
The wall is not raised. And on the jiggle peak, we'll be able to spot out a multitude of players. The question is, G2, do they pivot in the
Omen के
connector?
पास भी
Trying to
उड़ी
get a
नहीं
play down
भाई
with B. Jing is watching.
बस वो उड़ी
Swung
चला
out
रहा है
wide.
30 seconds left.
Trent is trying to fish for him here.
अलग ही
Jing
किधर
unable
जा
to
रहे हैं
avoid the
लोग
stun.
भाई
No
डी
stun
प्लान कर
coming
रहे हैं
through from Leaf, however.
ओए ओए ओए
Gets away, got free to balance. Pressuring forward, able to find one. Leaf down
Nice
to
one.
Jing, able to find another point. He falls.
Nice
Left
one.
from behind, and there's the cleanup.
भाई PRX है
The loss of Jogamo in the early stages of the round leaves G2 reeling. They fight back. They're showing their tenacity, but they're just not able to find the round win.
Well, you're seeing an extra little bit of patience here from Paper Rex in these last couple of rounds. You can see Valen scratching his chin a bit, trying to figure out how they're going to deal with this. Some good paranoia, some good flashes this time. Jing on the point of attack, holding the line nicely to find two. A great flash and just a smothering here. Paper Rex coming from every direction. Re-clearing that space on A really nicely, or Forsaken in something. Here we go. G2 though, not gonna fall for it.
My ultimate's ready.
Look at this, an immediate pivot over. Everybody was there from Paper Rex. That spam is doing a ton of damage.
Jonah down to 31. Hunter's Fury sent on the prowl, and Forsaken dead. Trent able to find value there. It's an early kill. And that's the smokes that you no longer have to be concerned about.
Tap at the door.
पूरा खाली है
Some
भाई
kind of reaction
पूरा
here
खाली
on
छोड़
Paper
दिया
Rex.
है
Throw the smoke as well. Something likes to play up in these a bit.
डी
Pop
प्लान
flash and push out of this one.
डी प्लान
And that's going to be
Oh,
Valen
wait.
taken down as
Oi.
TP out. Jogamo is able to find one overdrive.
ओए
Squirting forward. Finds the headshots
two.
across onto Divine.
निकल
Patman
गया
something
round
with
से
40 health between the two of them.
दोनों भी
Versus 4 players on the side of G2. Seems like as the pendulum swings, we're just going to be trading back these
ये
rounds.
दोनों भी बहुत लो है
Line will not connect, but something just
Player
भाई
standing.
dropping down into the site.
ये तो बहुत
Instantly
लो
noted and dealt with. Jogama with a huge round to keep things neck and neck. As it gets the ping reveal at the end. 4K here for the Neon. 4 rounds for G2.
भाई 4-4 सेम पे चल
Yeah,
रहा है
that's
स्कोर
a great momentum swing, a great economy swing.
टू मैच नहीं
here
जीतना
for
चाहिए
G2.
टू मैच जीतेगी तो फिर से अगला
Get
राउंड हो
themselves
जाएगा फिर
right back into the thick of it, using some of those ultimates to great effect. Jogamo, Desk was talking about his Neon, and he's showing you why. He is so highly regarded on that agent. Absolutely destructive with the overdrive. Jing one away from another showstopper though. It's Paper X.
चार्ट में कोई नहीं लग रहा है
Rubble
सब
fight.
चले गए
G2's just been holding back on these, maybe sending Jog out a bit.
Oi.
Oh, instantly able to find the kill. Forsaken again.
क्या मार
First
रहे हैं
one
लोग
to fall
भाई
here for Paper Rex, having a rough go of it. Thinking about it, I'm not sure. Yeah, no. 0 kills. 0-6 and 4 at the moment here on that Omen.
It's been a bit of a struggle for the emotional leader
ऐसी करके प्लान
of
कर
Paper Rex. Valen goes to check the A site.
Doesn't stick it.
अरे
Just
यार
One can spot out, trying to garner some interest
Nah,
from
nah,
Paper
nah.
Rex towards A side.
कौन घुस नहीं
Something trying to make his way around the back here of this team. Spotted onto the leg of Defy. Just flying through, but he's taking so much damage and taken down.
क्लियरली दिख रहा था भाई ये
Valen clearing the Prowler, still watching for this angle, but not able to win the fight. He goes managed to find one, but Patman now flushed out from the swing in. Needs something all alone.
तो भाई
Find a little bit of additional impact here, but Leaf
अभी
moving
पता नहीं
forward
सर
catches him unawares. It's G2 now reestablishing the lead.
Yeah, just a little minor adjustment
यूट्यूब
here
ने फिर से लीड ले
on this
ली भाई
opener for G2. Just look for the pick. Throw out some util to make sure that the area around the orb is just not
पूरा
going
हेड
to
भी
be
करा था इसका
assailable for the players of Paper Rex.
रिकॉन
Forsaken,
फैंटम
trying to hold an angle there just a little bit. Phenomenal work by Jogamo. on these entries. He does have a showstopper and a Bucky. It's a weaker buy here for PRX. A couple Sheriffs, a Guardian, 2 Buckies. And we've seen PRX try to get Forsaken. Might be trying to TP him forward.
A lot of aggressive space taken off of this one. The wall raised. He's
Nice
just pushing forward. Finds one, finds 2. Cutting him down. The paranoia now going to be sent.
Come back, इसी टाइम पे come back होएगा भाई इनका इसी टाइम पे come
Trying to
back.
create some space. They deny the weapon grab here.
Reveal डाल दे रहा
I
है.
suspect the Forsaken's going to walk into this smoke. You just have to suspect it as G2. He's just going to grab the gun.
Weapon going to be picked
Oh,
up.
nice.
Back. Says, I'm more than content to continue playing this with a Bucky.
Phantom उसके उस लगे दे
Eventually
दी.
backpedal.
जा रही है भाई.
Something holding here on the close angle. Looking forward, but Valen, sixth sense tingling there. Decides to back away. Doesn't peek in onto the angle. TP check from Forsaken. Not sure how much was spotted there, but Drone could pretty much tell the story because you're going to be anticipating that all these players are going to be remaining together. Oh, just what a spot. That blind dart through.
30 seconds
I think it
left.
does get clipped by that one, but then TP's forward, up into the smoke. As he checked down, gets a reveal on the
Nice
back.
1-on-1. 3.
My God, Forsaken.
अरे यार.
Gets himself a third, but Jonah being able to fight back for a little bit more, but now finds himself all alone still. Tagged down to 33.
2v1.
And as he swoops out the fire, we'll find the final kill to confirm the MasterCard Thrifty and keep us tied at 5-5.
PRX.
What a way to get on the board for Forsaken. Finds his first 3 kills with a Bucky.
I thought he was going to ace with it.
I did 2 for a second. I thought when he started pushing that corner, I'm like, oh boy.
तीन किल उठाए
The
फिर
Bucky
बाद में
ace.
पूरा टीम ने काम तमाम
This
कर दिया इन
Masters
लोगों
will
का.
have everything if he pulls that off. That's a hell of a round for PRX. And we've seen them do that. Usually it's with the judge and a little bit of a stronger buy to back it up that they'll go for that aggressive TP play at the front of A. Do you have a showstopper? Do you have an operator here?
Something. Going to be looking to see what he can get done outside of C. Slowly pushing up.
भाई
Forsaken.
नहीं यार
Okay, well,
कितना जल्दी.
looks like Bucky is going to be the answer. Gets himself a rifle. Gets himself dead. Off the start of the round once again.
Viper.
Forward leaf. Likely
पर
favoring
यहाँ
on
पे
this peak.
Viper. नहीं
We're gonna
जाना
have to
चाहिए.
jump on the
Nice
spot.
one.
He is.
Nice one.
Closes out the kill.
बता दिया.
That's G2 realizing how much lack of control they have on that side of the map. Trent has to have his head on a swivel.
You can still expect that maybe Patman.
ओए.
Ooh,
ओए
Valen.
भाई.
Gun barrel spotted, clips him just through the
ऑप्शन
corner
ले
of the wall
गए
that
भाई
stairs.
अभी. नहीं भाई ले ले
By the
उठा
way, his
दे.
own right. A clean upper a lot of the times, but just cannot hit that hospital flick.
नाइफ
Valen
की
comes
बात
up
में
with a
लेना
second
है
elimination.
भाई.
Patience paying off for G2 there. Fully expecting that repeak.
Jing similarly
पोजीशन में
doing
ओ
very
मन
much the same, and the spray is just off.
No more.
Patman finding one, wide swings out,
गलत
gets a
टाइम पे
headshot,
नीचे बैठा
can't
रहे
get
हो.
the kill. G2 find themselves
Dude,
with 6-round wins.
6-5.
One more round to go, the half.
Yeah, just G2 so aware of PRX's tendencies. Again, getting those players just far enough out that they can find that opening kill outside of rubble. And Valen doing a great job. 4K for the IGL. Having a great one, and yeah, I think you got to be a little bit frustrated there. Again, PRX just kind of falling one by one. It's a showstopper, and it's a weak buy. Forsaken, of course, going to double dip into that Bucky again. You can see that G2 very wary of that showstopper. And see if it's going to be pulled here. With Jogamo, that's the last target you want to have. That Neon has the escapability. Get away. Just a lot of patience being shown this time by PRX. Spotted.
I'm trying to get a catch, but trying to get the Neon, going to prove to be difficult, and the showstopper doesn't actually go deep enough. Otherwise, he might have actually been able to find it. Okay, was there. Levi, though, pushing forward onto the side, able to find one. Forsaken comes off with another Bucky elimination. Spike gets ready to be planted. Should be a one audio list just sending out the flashes, the quick pivot across over towards the C side. Forsaken trying to chase. Has upgraded to a Vandal. Wants to try to catch them off guard. Corner plant, the push. Right here, into the
मन कहाँ पे
Forsaken.
बहुत दूर है अभी. वो आएगा भी नहीं भाई.
Playing it so intelligently, and you're right. Valen does
नहीं
have
आएगा
from the
भाई. नहीं
shadows.
आएगा. वही रेज
Wants to try to get the shot there on the Jing. Was unable to do so.
उठा लिया स्पाइक
Exactly where he's
ये
at.
प्लान
Patman
करेगा
out of the corner,
Oh,
swinging
nice one, Fred. Nice one.
in perfect position as we are perfectly balanced. 6-6 at the half.
Switching
A
sides.
phenomenal back and forth from both
बोला
of
वही
these
हुआ
teams.
भाई.
You have to love the adjustments. You have to love what you're seeing from both squads. Really putting on a good show here. Some great fundamentals, some great individual plays, some great lurking. That is exactly what you wanted out of this matchup.
High stress environment. We're going to get ready to send it down. Yinsu is standing by for an interview with some of Jonah P's biggest supporters. Toronto, show them some love.
It is a very special experience being here, being able to watch these games live, and I'm bringing you guys a special guest, Jonah P's brother, Justin P. Can I call you that?
Yeah, absolutely, for sure.
How are the nerves? You know, this game, it cannot get closer than that half.
I'm stressed. I'm a bit nervous. Not as nervous as I was for the final Bangkok. Watching at home, my hands were shaking. I'm probably still shaking a bit now, but I'm really excited for him and all of G2. And I know they can do it.
Now, you've supported him every step of the way through this journey. What does it mean to be able to watch him on a stage like this in Canada, you know, in his home turf?
It's amazing to be in Canada, to be at home, to him being the representative of Canada for the G2 scene, and also being able to come here because we're from Montreal, so it wasn't that bad of a drive, and being able to see him live is amazing. It's incredible.
And lastly, is there anything you want to say to him if he could hear you right now?
I'll just remind him what I said. G2 has boss energy. They can't be like if anybody can come back, they can do it. He can do it. I believe in him. I know. Every time we used to play together back in the day, everybody accused him of hacking every single game. So he just has something special, and I know he has it, and I know he has it in it to win today.
That's right. We believe in G2, don't we, guys? We believe in them. Thank you very much, Justin, for joining me. And let's see if G2 can close out this match.
PRX been just bring the Sentinel.
We shall see. Neck and neck between the two teams here. PRX 1 and 2 in pistols. See if they're going to be able to find themselves a second here on Lotus. Granted, of course, they did drop the anti-eco in the follow-up round.
Yes.
So, some other concerns to be had, but
you still won the pistol. You still got that going for you. You came out 6-6 on that half. You know, even though, yes, you were crushing on the defender side the last time you played this map, I think you should be more confident most of the time on your attacker side as PRX. G2, phenomenal on defense no matter what map they're playing on. They're just really, really solid fundamentally, obviously. And they have tremendous aimers, tremendous fraggers. We saw it time and time again where they were winning some of those first duels just out in the open. A little bit of util to create some space for Jogamo, for Valen to go out there and get the job done at Rubble. You're on defense, they're going to be able to keep it up. They have some of the best angle holders on the planet. Leaf in particular is so nasty, especially when he shifts over to C. Not going to be the case in this round. Holding those tight angles, finding those kills, and then just dipping without taking any damage himself. So that's something PRX has to be aware of. Something I saw in some of the VODs that I was watching. It's just how fearsome Leaf can be on this side of the map.
काला जादू किया लगता है बोले नहीं भाई तो कुछ नहीं ये राउंड PRX हार जाती है भाई श्योर नेक्स्ट राउंड से तबाही मचाने वाली है PRX.
It's just a timing hit. Oh, he's not going to TP. I thought maybe they'd TP, but he's gained so much space. PRX is going to use that instead. They had a couple different options. This is the one they're going to roll with.
But now it's going to be a double re-clear of this tree
position. PRX defending is now on.
Something finds the instant one tap. Trent backpedaling, trying to stay alive.
ये क्या कर रहा है भाई यूरो?
It's a hit onto the shoulder as Trent
37.
As he re-swings into backside, Jing is there to collect. Now we go into a 3v3. Spike being planted here by Patman.
32, 37.
Flash is expended.
Gotta worry about the relay bolt from Jog.
A slide. Valen with the paranoia as he gets closer. Boombox.
Gaya. Rex Gaya. Wait.
However, just swinging forward with a frenzy. Looking for a little bit.
Nice one.
Will take the final kill. PRX tie it up 2-2 in pistols. And they gain the lead here in the attack of Lotus.
I love this pistol setup from PRX. It gives them a lot of different options in this round. And it's like, if something doesn't make any contact, we can go back the other way. Otherwise, if he hears something, if he senses something, he has that TP to go over to C. They can explode to that site. Something there. Does a nice job. One of the things that G2 does against PRX, they use little shoulder peeks to try to get them to pre-fire. And he actually holds and waits for the repeat from Leap. Takes him down. Nice try by Trent. Did a good job, and it is another force buy here from G2.
PRX have to be banking on this.
Right here.
Any other assumption would be a very foolish and incorrect one. This Forsaken playing around, trying to drum up some interest. Keep the stack over towards C.
Demons, Bro Hell.
In the meantime, backpedaling over towards the rope. Jing going to be collecting the orb. Halfway mark to having that first showstopper of the half online.
No charges.
Smith gets shoved back here for the moment.
Just gonna try to get a little bit deeper.
PRX ने प्लांट भी कर दिया. ओए नहीं यार, वाइपर बच गया.
Very close to being able to find that.
नहीं. सब अंदर है भाई.
Just a hair off as the push gets ready to come through. Patman going to be paranoid up, but something's got the covering fire as he slides back around the corner. Flash now connecting.
Euro लो है.
Read the name, don't look at the image.
Head ने मारा. Oh, nice one. Back step कर रहा है. भाई जीत गए.
This time, not dropping the anti-eco, the force buy from G2. Only finds a single
खेल रहा है.
Yeah, I'm a bit surprised that G2 dipped into that well twice.
G2 क्या कर रही है भाई?
Dangerous stuff. Giving PRX a huge economic
G2
advantage.
सिर्फ मार खा रही है बस उनका.
And that is a great find from something. Right as Jagamo's trying to dash in. This is what you need from something. That sniping is his calling card.
ये देखो entertainment.
He needs to be impactful in that role. He needs to get those first kills going. He's going to be backed off by the relay bolt.
Shoved away, and he's going to push forward. Finds one in Trent. Trying to collect that orb, but Jagamo will be able to collect the kill. Pushes forward, and that's going to be a solid amount of information gained, given that you do have Leaf lingering there outside of B. So this tells them everyone from PRX is going to be pushing forward into the C site where balance.
Hey, मैं क्या देख रहा हूँ? PRX up, let's go.
Getting ready to come through. Noise going to be made.
Neon, कैसे बचा रहे तू? हाँ, कैसे बचा तू? 4v3. बहुत फूट दे रहे भाई, ये लोग बहुत फूट दे रहे. जाएगा तू जाएगा.
Holding just a little bit
PRX win in book.
Shot whizzes right over Jing's head. They're gambling onto the correct side of the map here. Leaf with the Bucky.
नहीं भाई, वाइपर आ चुका है भाई.
It's just going to be a backside affair.
वाइपर भाई आ चुके.
Shot flying, but
जाता है भाई.
cannot find that kill. PRX looking to move up by 3 rounds.
वाइपर ने क्या किया Leaf?
So many of the little things here for PRX that they're doing much better than we saw in that first half in the Swiss stage. Can Valen get any more damage done? Patman on the hunt. Patman's got him with the stinger. PRX goes up 9-6.
Still waiting.
Able to hold on against the force buy of G2. Claim the follow-up. They're looking good to start.
And now my question is, I mean, you've been bringing this Marshall out, something he's got a ton of money.
PRX अलग ही खेल रहे यार, अलग ही खेल रहे. ये अलग राउंड निकाल रहे हैं लोग.
Definitely the operator going, but you have a showstopper here.
Not doing it yet.
Now this is a B call through and through.
अरे G2 win रहे नहीं भाई, G2 नहीं जीतेगी.
Try to barrel in here.
उनका कॉन्फिडेंस लो हो गया, अभी वो नहीं जीतेगी.
Back to the right a little bit too soon. Showstopper, does he check for it?
ओए,
Absolutely
ये कौन सा तरीका होता है भाई?
damage down on the Patman as well. Is able to get away from the snake
ढंग
bite.
से अल्ट भी नहीं उसने मारा.
It's going to be a player advantage as well.
अल्ट मारता तो वाइपर तो एटलीस्ट मारता.
Very much in G2's hands.
यूरो बच जाता था.
Yeah, you would think without the prowler checking that angle that maybe someone would be aware, but they were fully committed to the top of sight.
I mean, I think it's just a minor miscommunication as well as a minor mechanical mistake there from Patman, not
भाई सीखा लिए जाओ जल्दी.
harsh enough into the corner.
सीखा लिए भाई घुसो.
Sets up for a very difficult clutch position here for PRX if they want to continue. Otherwise, G2 looking
भाई
very
घुस जल्दी
good.
भाई
Close the
घुस
gap.
प्लान कर भाई.
Get themselves up to 7. Forsaken, feel like he's going to stick around here. A late linger, try to get a flank going.
70 घंटे का बैन भाई मेरे को भी लगेगा कोई गेम खेल के देखता हूँ इसके बाद ये मैच होने दे उनके बाद देखता हूँ कितने घंटे का मेरे को बैन बैठता है तो चेक करते रखो भाई क्योंकि मेरे को भी लाइट का प्रॉब्लम आता
connection from the fault line. Divide swung out wide.
Hey, yaar, nahi.
Gets timing. Trent able to find it. Patman further whittled away at and leave. Ends it as one. 4K for him. Breaks this minor little streak here from PRX.
G2
back on the horse.
1-9.
Damn near everyone alive.
Yeah, this is just one of those rounds where one unchecked angle basically ends the round before it even starts. To make matters worse, you threw a showstopper into that and didn't get any value out of it. That's troublesome for PRX.
round jitne PRX
are going to be mostly good. Patman had to buy down to a bulldog, and it's going to be the full buy now. Again here for
PRX 4 round जीतने के लिए इतना टाइम पास कर रहे हो तुम
see what he wants to do with that, if he even wants to invest it. Maybe off the rip one. Yeah, Jog knew right away.
Immediate back pedal.
Nope.
Flash sent out.
भाई वाई पर देखो कहाँ पे आके खड़ा है.
Control here for the moment. Sheer wall set up. In case anybody goes on a deep little lurk.
Actually going to use the TP deep towards A.
Flash of the boom bot going through
nice
and
one.
something with the some swing.
वे यूरो मत मारो अबे उधर जाना राइट में इधर कोई नहीं है भाई. This one. Oh wait. 1v5.
The sheer wall noted leave.
Divide. 1v5 चल रहा है.
The headshot does come in. I mean, Leaf still demanding respect, but still had far too much put on his plate.
3 rounds.
He falls to the wayside.
3 rounds.
PRX prevent G2 from building up momentum as they hit double digits.
Love the way that they're exploding here. Once they make some contact with the Prowler, with the Boombot, and then it's just everybody heading to the site, and immediately ult gained, ult popped for something to check in towards B and C link. And then the rest of the players very aware of the space that he's not checking, ready for that top spot. And they overwhelm G2. And Valen looking very befuddled right now. This is a team that has handled PRX with ease, but some confidence.
नहीं भाई अभी तक 3 राउंड का गेम बाकी है कुछ भी हो सकता है भाई.
This time around, PRX
कुछ भी मतलब
very, very formidable. Again, it's all about some of these little mistakes that PRX has cleaned up. And today I'm seeing them make quick adjustments. When something doesn't go right, they're not collapsing. They're not kind of just trying to beat their head against the wall, trying to figure out how to get through the defenses of G2. It's okay, that didn't work last time. Let's try something different. And let's make sure that we're a little bit more diligent. Make sure we're playing off of our utility. When that coordination's there, PRX, some of the best in the world.
First timeout call here from G2. A pit available. Hunter's Fury 1 charge off. The players, the coaching staff, knowing that they need to prevent this momentum build up here from the side of PRX. Can't just bet on another PRX TL situation occurring once again.
Nope.
Didn't happen on split for you.
Seemingly a different PRX today.
So once again, G2 pushing forward, this time committing to the rubble control. They will be able to force away. Looking to try to make them reroute. And the Hunter's Fury similarly trying to catch them on the entry.
क्या हो रहा है क्या हो रहा है भाई क्या हो रहा है.
Grab the orb, but Batman let's get struck down. Solid kill, top of the door. Forsaken quick to reposition. Grabs the spike, but for now G2 in control. These players siphoned over towards the A site where Valen still sat here on top of with the Stinger, but if anybody can get value at that range, of course it's going to be him. Doctor try to whittle away at them. TP4, the paranoia.
You're watching by watch time.
Valen now the repeat, gets his vision back.
क्या कर रहे भाई ये लोग.
Jing just with a 1 kill in reply.
PRX भाई PRX.
Knocked down to 37 HP.
Jing immediately checking their flank.
तेजो किसने लिया ही
Sometimes
नहीं
G2
भाई.
will make quick rotations. If there's any space open on the
आगा
map,
सच
this
में
may
आगा
already be
PRX.
sort of a save position here for Paper Rex. We'll have to see.
30 seconds
That
left.
spike out in the open, no smokes to utilize. It's dangerous. Divide does grab it.
तेजो लेते ही नहीं यार
Not enough
इसमें.
time.
Yeah, with 20 seconds remaining, no information of what awaits them beyond the doors. We'll just stay clustered together, hold on to these weapons. Conley on the rest of the players.
नहीं जाना चाहिए भाई. कुछ
Decently
भी
strong.
करके थर्ड में
G2
नहीं
though,
जाना चाहिए.
very much a must-win round as they go ahead and have 4 players surviving off the back of Trent's timings. Just being so damn clean. G2 bringing now just 2 rounds separating.
And Trent, just such a good player. You know, obviously so well known for his KO. One of the best on the planet at that agent in the previous patch. But here, back on the Sova, his old quintessential agent. He's stepping in and finding value when he needs to. Dialing up on top of the Stinger. Doing some real damage. It's just a classic round there from G2. Take 8 rubble control, you pop the pit on the other side, and you force your opponents into some really tough decisions to make. Because you don't have any map control. You're going to have to find ways to fight out of it. Paper X here, already spamming Valen off that angle. Take Mount. They have successfully done so, apparently.
कुछ भी करके कमबैक नहीं होने का है भाई. कमबैक करेंगे तो वाट लग जाएगा फिर.
Going to use the drone to clear. Maybe heard here. Either side of Paper X. In fact, they're going to be the ones to open the door. G2 backing off. They don't like lack of vision that they have. They were just trying to play for a pinch, I believe, on the mound. Paper X continued in that direction. Now Paper X has that Nightfall. Jing close to a showstopper. Clear open the site pretty well. Here they go.
Into the site for free, relatively cleanly. G2 playing back, playing respectful. Clone eating the shot. Paranoia, however, connecting on the multiple players. Shut them back. Allows G2 to try to get clustered together. Nightfall, I think gonna be a bit of a whiff here.
That's what that push out was for.
Going onto the corner, Relay Bolt gonna be connecting something. Pretty much stuck here in position. And Jogamo cleans up too. Forsaken doing his damage to try to keep his teammate protected, but he cannot make it happen. The slide in divide. Cuts down the neon. Trent finds Jing up over top of the box. A 2v4 now. And the swing out. And Patman's only gonna be good for 1. Fault line does not connect. As Divide tries to split his aim. G2 continuing to run this back 2 rounds in a row. 1 round separating from tying it up.
G2 masterfully dodging that Nightfall was so impactful in that round. And then anticipating the crossfire setup that something got stuck into. They're so ready for it. And the double swing there. Nice little jiggle peek from Jonah P as well. Really well thought out and coordinated by G2. Understanding what that aggressive push out by Paper X was all about. You just need a paranoia to back it off, a pause to dodge the Nightfall. And now it's going to be Paper X's turn to take a timeout. G2 has closed the gap to just 1 round. Paper X needs to start trying to find some answers. Needs to maybe be about that A-rubble control a little bit. Seeding that side of the map kind of caused some problems because it's allowed G2 play how they want over on B and C. Kind of overstack that side a little bit. Granted, that last round was all about just the retake, just understanding the utility that was going to be coming their way.
Being able to avoid the Nightfall allows them to get back in that. Rough tidings for Paper X. As the final timeout gets sent. See what they're able to scrape together, but Jogamo, he's got an operator in hand now. Looking at these early advantages. It seems like he's gonna maybe go for a bit of a forward peek over towards A.
This is a critical round. They are spending a lot of money here. Even buying up to a Guardian for something. What a half armor. Have to try to find ways to get this done. Jing! Oh, that was so close.
Sounds across in towards the corner. Swings out. Valen continuing the challenge here, continuing to try to find that kill. Taunt going to be cleared. Valen will concede the angle. Allows for Jing to stay alive here for the moment. Tap at the door, gate crash back into a lobby. It's like PRX trying to see if they can catch somebody along the sight line. Speaking of which, Jogamo off at the ready.
Good nice.
It's going to be a quick 1-for-1.
भाई इनका यूरो खत्म होता है यार जल्दी जल्दी खत्म कर देते यूरो को ये लोग
4v4. Jing though, just 32 health.
दवाई उधर दवाई
They juggle it over. Answer's going to be no. So
ऊपर कैसे गया लेकिन
built up, but a rare little oopsie from Trent on the shock
फोर
dart.
वे फोर
Unable to find an initial chip
मुझे
value.
लगा उनके ओमन का है
Vice Wall gets tripped.
ये तो यूट्यूब के ओमन का था भाई
Lurking player. Should be Devi's responsibility.
Toxins going up.
It's going to come down to timing for Leaf.
The haunt sent, nothing spotted. Two starting to push forward, but Devi at the ready. Gets rid of the flanker. The time starting to dwindle. The swing out. The instant
Nice one.
down. Trent answering back though, trying to carry them forward.
2v2
Jing at 32 HP. They're frantically hunting.
Nice one.
Spot them out, but they have them surrounded.
Finally.
They have them split.
one round remaining one round
Delivers
बस
another round win. 11-9. They deny G2 the tied scoreline.
And it's a little bit similar to their pistol round, where they're going to use something early to get to that tree door to open it. But this time he TP's back. They go for a stacked push. And that's a great call because they're able to shut that operator of Jogamo down and open up the site for themselves. Just some great ring around the rosy here. Forsaken and Jing in lockstep there. That duo so good together. Played together for so long.
Side forward, Jogamo. An aggressive play takes Jing out of the equation. That's that showstopper once again, not needing to be a concern. Players bounding through the door. Trails telling the story here for Devi.
comeback चाहिए भाई comeback चाहिए
Just stay in position, just in front of B. Something pushed up forward.
Nice one.
Finds one, gets his, gets out.
यूरो ने तो
See
तोड़
with this
दिया
Vice Wall, they
भाई
were playing to B or C the whole time. And G2 has completely misread it, expecting.
Is in so deep.
Yeah, they were expecting Paper Rex to go to A again, to try to double down into what had been working. But Paper Rex wisely changing up strategies here. And they're going to have info on the lurk potentially, and this is going to have to be pretty pacey from G2. It's going to take them a long time to get to the other side of the map.
Both teams worlds apart. Curious and Forsaken tries to send them from the shadows. Go for a scout here, but now Wall is there, cuts them off. Players split. Something looks like he's going to go sliding forward towards that one-way smoke.
यूरो भाई संभल के रहे
Steel guarded. Sent here in anticipation. We'll find the weapons of the two on the opposite side of the door. Recon going to be cleared out. This fault line does not connect onto something. Aftershock. He's already swung out forward. He's already got that
Wonder
headshot.
यार
Swing. And it works. It's magic. Paper
खत्म
up 12-9. One away from knocking G2 into the lower bracket.
This is just really good calling from Paper Rex. Round-to-round changes are absolutely
भाई
being flooded with
खत्म last
G2.
match
They're
बाकी
seeing a very different Paper Rex today. It isn't just full-on early committals. The first side of contact not always going to be where Paper Rex is going to go. Something with these early lurks on the Yoru have been giving them fits. And G2 is going to pop what could be their final time out of the match.
And that is something that we were not seeing.
एक राउंड बस वो पेपर एक्स नहीं टाइम मैंने G2 ने टाइम लिया है G2 भाई G2โอ้ खत्म
the impact that forced by hasn't been getting as much value for G2. It needs to right here, or it's all going to come to an end. Outlaw in the hands of something. TP, top of rubble. Opts to not stick around, doesn't want to overstay his
ये सी प्लान करने जा रहे हैं.
Backs off, and they're able to avoid the gamble here from G2.
सी प्लान करेंगे लगता है लोग.
Plant will provide a nightfall for Patman.
Showstopper
at the ready for Jing. The Rolling Thunder out the door, looking to shove them back. Smoke gets cycled in with the Hunter's Fury, able to find its value. Forsaken's going to be taken down, Showstopper lobbed in to no avail. Something just meant to find one, going to be traded out. In the end, as the dust settles, it's a 4v4. But G2 have successfully staved them off.
Yeah, this Outlaw, there's three players left with 50 armor. So it isn't going to kill anybody in one shot except Valen. So this buy, see if something can still get value out of it. Another great lineup there by G2, just pushing for that space to get the easy angle with the Hunter's Fury onto that choke point that PRX is trying to force their way through, but it's going to be a spot onto something.
He's by himself. Leaf trying to reposition. Favors his chances if he goes for this push.
भाई वाइपर क्या कर रहा है क्या कर रहा है.
Looking for the second shot. Wow. Able to find him in the end. In the head is Jogomo. Similarly,
ये क्या हो गया
outside of
भाई.
A. The swing in, divide, winning the fight.
2v2 लेकिन यूरो बहुत लो है.
We'll get the pick, and that is going to be the round over. Nothing more that something could do. Just 2 HP. G2. They will scrape by with the win. They find their stability. The ult usage is perfect. And now they need 2 more rounds to take this into OT.
This is a great call here from G2. Willingly giving up space
कुछ भी करो भाई, वो टाइम मत करो भाई, कुछ भी करो. वो टाइम नहीं करना है अपने को.
Just kind of not accounting for somebody being at the door. And yeah, they're just walking right by it, not even checking it.
इस टाइम पे ओवर टाइम हो गया ना भाई. पर इसके L लगने वाला L. सीधा सीधा.
They're also giving G2 the ability to get some guns into this
आज
round.
भाई कोई भी नहीं आ रहा है भाई देखने के लिए.
Is going to have a judge. PRX is yeah, a little bit scattered.
कैसे चलेगा भाई.
Be a great time for Jogomo to try to go for that Outlaw, but wants to play pacey. Speaking of which, Dimensional Drift immediately sent here from something. Bounding out of it. Shorty's in hand. He finds Jonah P. Jogomo taken down by Jim.
Nice one, Euro.
40 able to find one, but he's quickly overwhelmed.
4v2. भाई जीतना चाहिए भाई. भाई जीतो भाई. भाई जीतो. ओमन बहुत लो है. ओमन बहुत ही ज़्यादा लो है भाई. अबे यार. ये क्या था भाई. भाई हमसे खेल लेता भाई. पूरा 1 मिनट था उसके पास.
And then one position that they can't beat. One by one, they swing. One by one, they fall. And Valen steps up, and that's got G2 right back into it.
All it has taken to change a map for G2 has been that one play, that one clutch from one player. We saw it from Jogomo, turning the tides on Abyss versus T1 at Bangkok. Valen is hoping that he has done very much the same here for his team as they look to get this into OT.
One away from the Steel Garden for Divide.
Go peeking, Jogomo able to spot out multiple players.
He's got that overdrive to boot. That is so scary. Saw what he can do with it earlier.
एक राउंड जीतने भाई अभी.
Contact found Patman.
बहुत टाइम लगेगा भाई. ओवर टाइम नहीं जाना चाहिए.
One blast pack, the judge in hand. Boombot to try to check. Jogomo pulls off the angle. They look to back away, but a lot of this is on Divide. Spike being planted, finds the first, but he doesn't anticipate the second layer. Turns back, identifies it, but still loses his life. Something at the same time, able to find Jogomo. And that's going to be a player advantage here for the side of PRX.
Right plant हुआ है अभी आराम से भाई. कुछ करो यार आराम से करो.
In these past couple rounds, but the paranoia will stave them off here for the moment. The 2-player split. Valen, Trent, in through tree. Jonah P. Checking stairs, watching for a late round. Forsaken on the push is able to find Valen, traded out. Patman holding close, finds it, and it's all down to 12.
Yes.
And he cannot make
Bye, finally PRX जीत गई. Oh bhai, come back PRX. PRX.
The circle of time from last year to this year. PRX.
चलो भाई G2 bye bye. G2 को bye bye बोलो भाई. लगा भाई.
PRX will continue on after what looked like it might have been what you could call a heartbreaking loss or win, excuse me, a heartbreaking win.
बहुत शांत है यार, बहुत ही ज़्यादा शांत.
And they beat one of the favorites to win this event 2-0.
PRX for the win. भाई टाइटल ही वही है.
take down G2 and keep themselves in the upper bracket. They will take their bows in front of these elated fans as they have pulled off something that not many people thought was going to happen here today. Do you know what? He's abandoned the train. I'm happy to take the reins. Ladies and gentlemen, all aboard. Choo-choo. Full steam ahead as PRX look immaculate. We're going to go ahead and send it down, though, as we will hear from our players in the Verizon post-match interview.
Track by track, this PRX train just keeps moving, and as they pick up their first win here at playoffs, I'm going to try and grab Davai over here for a quick interview. Hello, come and join me, come and join me. Come and stand over here. First of all, congratulations, Davai. You get your revenge on G2, you pick up this massive win.
भाई देखना है कि किसी को कितना बैन पड़ा है. देखो भाई, रुको 1 मिनट रुको. क्या भाई W बोलते हैं भाई, W. अबे कौन लिखे? ओ माय गॉड, माय भाई भाई मेरे को बैन बैठा है. $48 आवर्स का है भाई. नहीं भाई, कल लाइट गई इसके में, जैसे मैं निकल गया गेम से बाहर भाई, तो आया ही नहीं रिटर्न. एक ही गेम हुआ है भाई मेरा भाई. बहुत स्ट्रिक कर दिया है वाले वाले ने. कोर्ट वाले बहुत थोड़ा भाई गांड मार रहे
भाई. ऑपोनेंट टीम ఎవరు फ्रेंड रिक्वेस्ट बंद है
कसम कल खेलेगा भाई फिर.
हाँ कल खेलूंगा भाई. और
कल 8 बजे आ जा.
कितने बजे?
8 बजे. 8.
ठीक है
भाई नंबर होता
है, ड्रॉप कर दे, मैं तेरे को मैसेज भेज दूंगा.
ठीक है
इससे नहीं भाई, व्हाट्सएप ग्रुप में ऐड कर सकते हैं ना.
रुको आपको देता फिर कांटेक्ट नंबर.
भाई चल दे व्हाट्सएप ग्रुप पर।
भाई इंस्टाग्राम आईडी भी दे दो भाई।
अच्छा अच्छा ठीक है। नाम भाई आपका? ओ ऋतिक भाई, याद है आपका, ठीक है।
हाँ हाँ खेलो भाई अब तक, अब खेलो भाई, अभी क्या मैं नहीं खेल सकता हूँ।
नहीं भाई जा रहे हैं हम भी ऐसे।
ठीक है चलेगा चलेगा।
ठीक है भाई।
बाय बाय।
बाय बाय भाई।
भाई मेरे लवड़े लगे पड़े, क्या करूँ भाई अब, क्या करूँ भाई क्या करूँ। भाई इधर भी बैन दिया है क्या? भाई इधर 30 मिनट का बैन, इसके माँ की साला बैन पे बैन दे के बैठे ये लोग मेरे को। करे तो क्या करे अब। भाई लग गए मेरे तो लग। मेरे तो लग गए भाई 30 मिनट। क्या करे अब, क्या करे अब क्या करे, रुको और एक ऑप्शन है, कुछ 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 और एक ऑप्शन है। ये कुछ चाहिए क्या भाई? हाँ भाई मेरे 48 आवर्स का बैन। ए भाई ये कौन सा बैन होता है भाई, ऐसा क्यों बैन देते हैं लोग। भाई अबे किधर जा रहा है किधर जा रहा है किधर जा रहा है भाई भाई, रुक रुक भाई रुक रुक रुक। बहुत फास्ट जा रहे रे। गेम की तो वाट लग गई है भाई। चालू होने में टाइम बाकी। बहुत टाइम बाकी बहुत टाइम बाकी। गेम खेल सकता। रुको ना भाई, RX क्या है ओए, और स्कैन हैंडल। गया हाथ से गया भाई ये बैंडल मेरे। चाहिए तारे वेंडर मेरे को। कौन है भाई? कोई नहीं है।
of letters put together to form a word.
Time and time again, we have been
इसके
surprised
माँ
about
के
how
मैच
the
तो इनका
Chinese
चालू
team
हो
is
गया,
surprising
आग
us.
के
In
बैठ भी गए वो
Valorant
लोग।
first, it was EDG, but for this tournament, it is so special because we're speaking about everybody making their global debut.
XLG
Orgs going into this global spaces for the first
भाई
time.
इसमें
Because
से
back
कौन
in the
जीतेगा
day,
भाई?
even
कौन
when we had
जीतेगा
Lock-in,
भाई?
only 2 Chinese teams were invited.
कोकोनट,
So we're speaking about
हैप्पीवे,
literally
विवा,
the first time for the
रागा।
Orgs even being at this stance.
And every single event we've had in CN thus far,
इनका
EDG
कब
has won
मैच
the
हुआ था
trophy.
भाई?
Every single global event, they have come in as the #1 seed out of China. This is not only the first time a non-EDG Chinese team is coming into this tournament as the #1 seed, but it's also the first time
भाई
that
क्या
these
है
players
भाई
will
इसका?
make their appearance at a global event. It was truly an unexpected run to make it here.
Yes.
तो भाई रुको 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 रुको, ये क्या हो रहा है? क्या बकचोदी चल रही है यार हर्ष भाई की? हर्ष भाई मैच चालू हो गया है भाई। हर्ष भाई मैच चालू हो गया, इस क्या कर रहे हो तुम? What the hell is this, bro? Wait. What the hell? साला ये क्या बवाल चीज है? चल चुप बैठ बस हो गया चल बस हो गया। अभी मैच देखते हैं, चलो मैच देखते। अबे नहीं अभी तक चालू हुआ रहा है भाई, ये मैच दिखा रहे इनके, ये निकाले इन लोगों ने राउंड। अबे क्या हो गया भाई? ये नहीं होना चाहिए भाई।
But also, let's not forget, we just saw the #1 seed America's team lose on stage. Why? Because who knows? Maybe PRX had more time in the oven, more time to be able to work on some stuff. Sentinels had that same kind of time as well. And XLG are coming into this one pretty much fresh because they've never played at a global event before. So you're looking to
Sentinel
really
इनके
see Robbie
साथ
step the hell up and
तबाई का
carry this team.
दूसरा
Not
नाम।
carry, but really shine.
The thing that is definitely going for them is having the extra time to deal with all the things that are against him, having to change a player, bringing him in, also learning from what the things the other things the teams have been doing. But I agree, GB. We have to look at G2 and what had just happened against PRX. I just pray that them picking onto Sentinels without having
do you
a
like
thought about it
कोई
means
भी
that they
नहीं आया
really
लगता
have a
है
read on them.
Yeah, I hope so as well. For this team, you know, historically when we've seen non-EDG teams come out of China, a lot of the time people think of a squad like
से बड़े भरे पड़े यार इनके
like super unique style. I think XLG have been playing like really normal meta Valorant. They don't play a ton of super out there comps. They've been pretty into the Yoru. They were super into the Teo. They're just a fundamentally sound team with a absolutely excellent, maybe arguably best in slot duelist player up there with Kong Kong in CN, and then you have Happyway, who also has had some excellent showings. It's they don't do a lot of crazy stuff, but they just have great players and solid fundamentals.
Yeah, and those fundamentals are certainly going to be a thing that they'll have to lean on as they take on the Sentinels in just a little bit. But they get an opportunity to catch up with the player who, by the way, I think top 3 names in the world is like one of my favorite fruits. The Coconut was standing by with Yinsu ahead of his Masters debut.
यार उसका लेवल नहीं बढ़ा होगा भाई. लेवल बहुत कम होगा.
I'm now joined by Coconut from XLG. Now, I think the question on everyone's mind is, being Seed 1, why did you choose Sentinels out of all of the opponents you could have had?
Well, today is our coach Hoyo's birthday, so, you know, we got to give him a good birthday gift.
Oh, okay. Thank you very much and good luck.
I do sincerely hope Coconut got that fist bump. Now, of course, moving forward, though, we have Sentinels who took down 2 Chinese squads to qualify for playoffs, and now they have a shot to shut down the whole freaking region. But of course, you know, I think it's safe to say, Mimi, the road was not a cakewalk for Sen City.
No, they had a pretty rough kickoff, missed out on being able to do that much at Bangkok, going out in the first round at that tournament. But now they come back here. They make another America's final. They play some really good Valorant, and have showed up to a global event and made it out of the group stage, which I do think there was questions of how that would go, because they weren't a #1 seed. They didn't have a huge amount of time to prep for this event, and they were one of the biggest Teo teams, at least coming from the Americas region, but they looked really strong in that group stage.
Yeah, one of the players we were just seeing right there was Narrate. I think that the fact that the vibes are back for the side of Sentinels, we know that makes a massive difference for them. But them being alongside Gen G, 2-0 qualified out of that group stage, as you're saying, just going up against the other 2 Chinese teams, they could go 3 for 3. Why not? You're Sentinels. That is the way you do things.
Oh, man. Yeah, this Sentinel squad comes in with a lot of hype, as they always do. But we got to go back to the things that we were chatting about before, right? That you got this team that's had time to really put together some stuff here. This is pretty scary. And you also have, as we talk with all these teams, some really, really strong key players on the squad. One of those individuals, without a doubt, is got to be Zelsis, right? Because this guy is really, and he shaved his head, which, by the way, I'm very proud of him for that. As someone follically challenged, I feel like he did that in solidarity. But the jokes aside, though, he still has hair, but maybe not for long. Now, of course, so look, the reality is that Zelsis, he may not be the guy who puts up the craziest amount of stats, but he can, and he's also the guy who's going to be there as like the moral support for the team as well.
Yeah, you say that, but he did have some really big
without a doubt.
Absolutely, yes.
And
we have to put account for the amount of times that he stands up.
True, because he was pretty much every round. His energy, I think, was so key for Sen. They had some you know, tougher games back in Americas, played 1-2-1 in the Swiss stage there as well. And not only is he playing so well on the Vise, I think when he's, especially I think like Lotus Seaside anchoring, he's so good in those solo anchor positions.
Oh my god,
ये
क्या हो गया आज भाई?
Huge amounts of energy to the team, keeping them in these matches. When they bombed out of Bangkok, they talked about the fact that like the team wasn't all there, the comms weren't out up to snuff, and it all went so wrong for Sen. But it's clear Zelsis is taking it upon himself to change that in Toronto.
And let's also see if that momentum can carry out of the Swiss stage. We were speaking about them being able to just get up on very, very high highs. If they are able to keep that up for today,
having
a very flawless round, a solid tournament to the grand finals.
Who knows? Who knows? But Yinsu had an opportunity to catch up with the man himself, the Vibes Merchant, to get his thoughts ahead of the match.
I've got the vibe merchant himself, Zelsis from Sentinels, with me today. Now, Zelsis, I really love seeing all of the beautiful friendships you've been able to make so far in this tournament, particularly against some of the SEN teams. And now you're running the gauntlet, this time against XLG. Tell me, who's going to be your bestie in this one? How do you win them over, but without losing your perfect record?
Rarga, I guess, is going to be my bestie. I mean, I'm going to try and get in his head because I think he's like their superstar. So I'm choosing him as my bestie.
I can't wait to see it. Thank you and good luck.
Zelsis has the strategy
Oh,
to get
bhai,
his
double
opponent's
dick ho
head,
gaya,
but
bhai,
the
double dick
strategy
ho
comes
gaya,
from
bhai.
guys like Chan QT in the server, but you don't got Teho no mo. I love that lower third.
Oh bhai, bhai जो भी देख रहा है please like करो और subscribe भी करो यार.
Because guys, I don't really know what to expect as far as like, well, I mean, we've seen a lot of Sentinels.
आज वो इसी भी chart में कोई नहीं है यार.
Yeah, it's going to be
मेरे को लगा आ
interesting. It's always
जाएंगे
weird
सब
playing an
लोग.
opponent that doesn't have that history. But for
कोई
John,
नहीं आ रहा
it's
है.
cool to see this kind of come full circle. He moved from Morocco to Canada to go to school in Montreal, and then kind of got the opportunity
जो
to
भी
get
chart
into
में
Valorant
please
there, was bang on
subscribe.
M80 in the online era, and then finally got this opportunity with SEN, went down to play in Los Angeles and full commit to this career, but now gets to come back to Canada, play another event as this leader and try and push Sentinels through, which I think is such an interesting full
इनके chart
circle
पे
for him.
कैसे लोग जाते हैं यार.
Look at also the where he has come from, when he started to where he is right now, ready to be one of the best IGLs in the world. Time and time again, every single time that we go to a tournament, this is one of the pivotal parts of the Sentinels that you have to deal with. It's not even only about superstars here and not. You need to get into his head if you want to win against Sentinels.
What were our predictions again for this one?
The only prediction that apparently matters is Achilles,
Yeah,
and
no,
he
I
had
hate that guy.
Sentinels winning, so whatever. Listen.
Yeah, you had Sentinels winning, right, Mimi?
I did as well. I think the pressure is going to be huge on Rarga for this game. It's so tough to live up to those standards, especially in a new meta with a sub when it's your first time at a global.
And it's also wild, too, that we didn't even get a chance to talk about second. That's just how stacked all of these players are, folks. But you see that time ticking down. It's now time to jump into our second match of the day. And let's bring out your two teams. You have the Sentinels.
Sentinels जीते Sentinel और PRX होना चाहिए match once again. 100% copyright. अरे L लगाने वाले लोग L भाई.
Versus Sentinels. All right, everyone, this is
second member कौन है भाई please chart में name बता दे भाई please. जो भी देख रहा है please chart में message डाल दे भाई.
Is it going to happen here? Can XLG shock the world and be able to pick off a win against a prolific team, Kukuka, like the Sentinels?
That is one way to start a tournament and to have a global debut. But for the side of Sentinels,
भाई आके सेव करके चले गए. फिर से entry ले ली इन लोगों ने.
And it's an interesting start. XLG will pick into Sunset.
और अपना
Historically, this has been a fantastic map for Sentinels. You look back at the previous times this was in the pool. This was always a home ground for them. It's been, you know, kind of a question mark, right? XLG, that was not in the pool in China, so they're going to be coming with something fresh on Sunset.
Yeah, and then Sentinels picking onto the Lotus. If I look back and I think about what XLG were picking, especially on that playoffs, it was that Lotus. But now Sentinels get to play that Sunset that they have already picked in the past, and that Lotus. I do not know how to feel about the Sunset pick. I want to think about the time, and then wanting to bring a surprise.
Ever the showman.
चल रहा है
You look at this team, I mean,
he's in his element.
Those XLG players, they're stepping on a stage like this for the first time at this scale, away from home. And for Zelsis, it's just another day. He's so comfortable in those positions, trying to get in the heads of those XLG players.
I still think it's wild that XLG picked Sentinels here, but you know what, though? There had to have been a reason. There had to have been a reason for them, confidence-wise. They felt like they can take them. I mean, obviously, they said it was the clout match, all that stuff, yada, yada, yada. But I also think, from a technical perspective, there might be something here that XLG could very well be keeping under the hood to maybe catch Sentinels off guard. Who knows what that could be? But of course, Sentinels, they have a lot of hype here. And what I'm worried about is if that hype begins to die down because XLG starts winning those rounds. How does that play out in the mental? How does that work out in the server? A lot of question marks here, Mimi.
I think that's where you see the growth from SEN, from Bangkok to now. Players like John, like Zels is really stepping up in those moments to keep the team in it.
Yeah, no, very good point there, right? What a turnaround that this team has.
Of
course, they're no strangers to going up against Ascension squads and needing to deal with those teams. So this is, of course, going to be some familiar territory-ish, but at the same time, some confidence for Sentinels. They've been playing for such a long time here. But now Kukuka, XLG, this is it, right? Your debut on the stage, lots of hype, fans cheering you on. It's a lot of pressure.
So I have mixed thoughts about this Sunset. Like, I like the fact that they can come in with a surprise, that there is no way that Sentinels can prep for whatever is on the other side. But Sentinels have already had such good showings in the Sunset. So for them, this veto is looking so favorable. But at the beginning of the day, I thought the same for G2 and PRX.
Yep.
Like, that veto looked too good for G2. And it feels like on the other side of the world, things are looking better for the other teams.
It is interesting to consider XLG's position here. Most of the time when you're a debut team at a tournament, you have basically no pressure, right? Maybe you squeak in as a 3rd or 4th seed, but they won their region. And now they have their chance to live up to that, to do what EDG has done in the past. And looking at the composition here, seems like XLG, as they did in the past, kind of going with the meta, a double initiator look with Roga on that Neon. I mean, no surprises, very vanilla in that sense. I mean, I like the fact that Raga is going to be in something that gives him the mobility. I believe he was the first Waylay that we had in Tier 1 back in the moment, so the innovation is definitely there, but they're playing it pretty safe for what I expected them to do. I expected something like, I don't know, the deadlock and whatnot. I love deadlock on this map.
important in match में भाई trap tools की जरूरी trap लगनी चाहिए.
Wait, they're debuting on stage. This is a gamble here that XLG are running.
But I don't think there's a better comp to set Roga up to shine in his opening match here. He gets to play Neon, which he is excellent on. He gets to have both initiators pumping a ton of utility into supporting him. This should be a really good map for him to start hot.
Sentinels waiting to lock in their final agents. Should be doing so in a minute here. Don't expect anything too crazy. But of course, anything is possible in Valorant, as I've come to learn over the years covering this game. Pressure's on, though. Sentinels just had to watch their brethren, the #1 seed G2, lose in that opening matchup. Can they bring it back for the Americas region?
But XLG had to watch the same thing. The SEN squad beat both of the CN
Attack speed 100%. Oh, Sentinel attack speed 100%. Compy pick 100% भाई. इनका तो पूरा 0-0 है. से बोलते भाई comeback.
Well, this is no YOU.
इधर क्या कर रहे हो?
All right, folks, we're all locked in and we're ready to go. Toronto, let me hear you as we send it over to your casters, my coworkers from Americas, Uber and Wyatt.
Sentinels have been on a bit of a side quest here in Toronto, folks. The Chinese team gauntlet ends with the final boss, Xinlai Gaming. But what's crazy about this is they just ascended. I mean, 6 months ago, these guys are playing in Tier 2.
It is absolutely mental. And to get here from China, 8-match win streak. That includes beating Wolves, beating Billy, beating EDG, the biggest favorite to be here, and now replacing them as the Titan of the region for their international debut. First for all of these guys.
Xinlai Gaming, the last line of defense to redeem a whole region. It is the Wonder Kids from China versus the unredeemed Sentinels. Make some noise, Toronto. Let's get this one started.
Now, Sentinels just the other day, did they beat their Sunset against Billy? Curiously, after banning it,
थोड़ा
the first game
pick
against
देता ना
Wolves,
भाई.
they have an
खत्म था
all-time
उसका
75% win record on this map.
XLG on the defense here. Raga gets flashed on.
अरे यार भाई.
He's waiting for a coconut chunk to
Nice one.
sticks it, hangs around and
3v2 भाई. Sentinel 3v2. Cypher. Trap नहीं लगाई इसने. अब पे लगाई 5D पे. पे trap हो गया ना इसके.
particularly proximate to the site. Happyway steps up first, going on a bit of a solo endeavor. Was able to sidestep that relay bolt and aware that Zekin is still on the corner, and eventually there's going to be a multi-swing coming his way. He has to know it. Viva still not here. Happyway's fighting for himself right now.
Viva slowly creeping through the link. No, going to double up. XLG opts to play together here. They know where Zekin is. We can't go to get that information towards the backside as they scale forward. Time dwindling a bit.
At some point, they've got to give this a tap. Here's Zelsa's on the swing.
Nice
Again,
one.
the spacing. Zekin finally arrives. And you are going to half this line on
Sniper ने क्यों छोड़ा आप डिप करके?
Red Bull clutch for Zekin. Picking up where he left off.
भाई पूरा हो
That
जाता
was
था
a 20
भाई.
for 8 that he dropped on Billy
भाई
Billy.
जी.
The first time that SEN played Sunset in this tournament, he was lethal in that game. White hot right now.
This is how it plays out. A lot of individual moments in this pistol round.
It really comes down to John here. I mean, you can see the XLG players
Sniper
are
भाई ने
swinging for
बहुत
each other.
बड़ी
They are
गलती कर दी
double-faced
है
into
भाई.
it, but they just can't connect the
छोड़ना
shots.
नहीं था उसको.
The IGL, who has also been individually in really good form, got a lot of multi-kills in that aforementioned Billy Billy game, turns up already too.
Watch out for Shilai Gaming on these eco
बहुत
rounds,
बड़ी
folks.
गलती.
Astonishingly effective when it comes to the Thrifties. BLG felt it firsthand, getting Thriftied 5 times over their last series against XLG.
There is no free round against this team. Rargo, when he picks up that Sheriff, is so dangerous. But what I like from XLG on these rounds is that they play it basically like they still have a full buy. Really strong fundamentals in these rounds, really great trades. Zelsa saw this late lurk in mid though, wants to find a timing with that stinger after the spike's been planted.
And he's heard the obvious rotate through Boba.
There.
SEN, no, Shilai Gaming are coming. What degree do they want to challenge forward to the Outlaw? It's a tough ask. Zekin's able to cut them down and then happy to
भाई
walk away.
जीवन क्या कर रहा है भाई?
It's on Midi and Coconut. Sheriff for the latter. And Midi says, you know what? Yeah, I think we're probably
भाई का
pretty
दूसरा
cooked here.
नाम नहीं हो.
John, though, would love an early Rolling Thunder. He's about to get more than he bargained for potentially on this swing out. And yes, we'll be dropping that stinger away. Zelsa should be quick enough here to take the kill. Midi will be unaware, not on the line. That's XLG all turned into all dwarves.
Zekin with a couple nice little shots there with that Outlaw backside, denying the re-entry. Rargo wanted to create some space, but was picked off before he could even really get through that choke point at Boba. John gets very close to this Rolling Thunder.
दो बंदे थे, एक को तो
Looking
मार.
for SEN right now.
बच गए.
John has actually picked up that Outlaw. They want Zekin with a rifle in his hand so he can be the space creator, get it deep, take strong duels, or rather, you know, with that strong weapon, take duels.
SEN might look to show presence early in mid. That's the standard top mid
0
smoke
से
thrown.
जीत गया तो Sentinel भाई. लगी.
Kuka mentioned it on the desk. I'm interested to see how effective Midi is going to be in this Breach debut for him. Hasn't played it at all with Trace's team this year.
They're play off the fault line here. SEN will start to make their way on towards this B site. C's thrown in. Hackaway is going to be forced to remain in this position. Paranoia, though, coming through from that Boba direction. That's XLG trying to set something up, but their anchors aren't ready. Trying to be played off of that util. But there's Coconut and Hackaway coming alive. And John brought down in seconds. Raga finally joins the party, but his team has paved the way.
Look at that from XLG, the way that they all just swing out of that dark cover together. What is so impressive about this team, the fundamentals. Their players are rarely, if ever, caught making individual mistakes, overextending on their own. It's always a double face, a triple face. They love to push out of smokes together. Look at the way that they're able to support Happyway. Really beautiful stuff.
And in that sense, this team is nothing like Billy Billy and Wolves.
Exactly. It's so juxtaposed to how wildly aggro those teams are. Not that they don't up the pace at times, but when you think about a guy like YZ who is just going to extend constantly, XLG are really the opposite.
XLG don't want to try and play for halls here. 2 players in alley. It's an easy position to smoke off. The one way that was a little bit intimidating for them. Hackaway wanted to linger. CTP across the side. They've dealt with this tripway. Here comes a Rolling Thunder. This will force the players out of alley. Now XLG have lost that strong defensive position, the ability to set up a crossfire from Link as well.
Hoping that Zekin could have caught someone there. XLG able to round the corner. Drone to reclear. Should be pinging out. Bang. Paranoia, but just doesn't want to take this fight. Wants to cycle the dark cover first.
The refresh of that one way is massive. That is going to bleed some more clock, but Raga is already nipping at the heels. Start to make his way up from main. Narrate knows the pressure's coming. Turns the flash, and 3 players from XLG. 4, in fact.
ए भाई क्या कर रहे हैं लोग?
Move them down. One more for the blood god. He says, "I'll have them all."
absolutely stunning. The form of Zekin from that playoff run in Americas to qualify into this tournament has been phenomenal. Already 9 kills on the board. Perfect swing timing. XLG so distracted there.
जल्दी भाई
So
क्या कर रहे
distracted
हो भाई?
by Nerate to their
ऐसी
left.
टीम भी है भाई इनको.
That Rolling Thunder to deny alley away from the defenders really hurts them. They've got to put all their eggs in the basket of the push-off link.
Gotta say, a story I saw many, many times watching this team in China is that they would go down early, win an eco, and then come right back barreling into the game. Got a few sheriffs here, Raga with that ghost. They want to go for a push down A, take a little space off of this one way that Coconut's got up, standard, to control this area of the map.
वो आराम से प्लान करके
They'll
उनको
always be looking to double or triple up, even in this sort of pistol round. Those XLG fundamentals have been instrumental in turning them from a 5th, 6th place team in kickoff to by far the #1 seed. Only dropping maps and a cheeky series to BLG. Coconut here caught by the fault line.
Where are you?
Now it'll slowly scale into that area given up.
There.
It was after that aforementioned BLG loss that they go on an 8-match win streak. Beating them again. Viva with the first shot, second, and a little bit of trouble, but John's there to support. Cleans up those 2 anchors in market. Sight now vacant. Throwing the plant over to Narrate. That's going to get him the Nightfall.
ट्राई से रोटेट मार के वो प्लान
That's the
कर
kind of
रहे
training
हैं.
Sentinels had to have into the site like this. No free rounds, no clean rounds against XLG. Zekin will be waiting on this now. Coconut sets up, of course, with a smoke over to B main. That does leave Zekin as the sole player in the site. Just a little bit of a shoulder peek there. Raga not in a position to follow.
Oi.
Okay. Headlong into that one he goes, but Zekin wants a little more. This is get away. 10 health in a dream. Of course, that overdrive develops. Fast lane, you'd think would get it out.
नियोन कैसे बचेगा रे तू?
The headshot.
It didn't have to be, really, did it?
नहीं
No, that's
बचेगा
a
भाई.
ridiculous overkill.
अभी
But he's
कुछ
just going to fall to the spike
तू
here.
कहाँ पे
Sen will
बचने हो?
be very content to get out of this round, only dropping a couple weapons. Economy bolstered at this point, and they
बहुत
get
speed
Narrate
से
that
खत्म कर
plant
रही है लोग.
earlier, so he's got the Nightfall for the next buy round.
Sen realized they really have to wager a bit to get into
तो
market.
उनका buy
They're gonna
round
be
होगा.
forced to fight for it fairly doggedly, but the fact that
LG
Zekin's
का
been
buy
able to get
round
out to
होगा.
11-2
LG
after
का buy
5 rounds,
round है.
that is exactly what you need from Sentinels. He was really disappointed, Zekin, in his Omen game on Icebox. He just felt like, he was even asked, like, would Tens be proud of you? And he's like, I don't think so. I wasn't proud of it at all. But he feels really, really good about the rest of that series and can't blame him. Fantastic Neon play so far on this Sunset map.
Timeout called by Coach Havoya, who's really been able to, in tandem with Viva IGL, install such a great system that has created a very consistent XLG team in their region.
बहुत ही ज़्यादा
So
ज़रूरत है
optimal
भाई
out of
उनको.
this. They've gotten a few ultimates to their name as well when we head back into the game.
This team really benefited from Fracture being in the map pool. They really made it their own throughout their run in Stage 1 of China. So, Coach Voyers had to pivot them into adopting the Sunset play. Glad to see them pick it here. First cab off the ranks, so to speak. And we're still looking to see how Midi is, integrated into this team. It's tough, obviously, to have to make a player adjustment for a big event. You can see the quality on this XLG roster is there.
It is bold of them to pick this map into Sentinels. It was bold of them to pick Sentinels as their opponent.
I mean, I think that felt like
they
were honor bound to pick Sentinels. Their entire region would demand it.
Midi ready with this fault line over towards the A side. Crossfire set up. With the 2 players with him. That's Coconut and Viva either side of main, and they are going to run into a couple. Fault line does connect, but Narrate second able to get out of the way.
Again, some space may be bought here, but Zekin's able to scale back into it. He doesn't even need any help. Narrate gets there. XLG are just cut down. A fertile harvest for Sentinels as they walk into an A side bereft of defenders.
Swings were not perfect from XLG. Trying to jiggle out just a bit. Picked off by Zekin and Narrate by covering both of those angles. at the moment, taking a duel against Zekken is just a death wish. He is in prime form. This has been a Sentinels that have still really been existing under the shadow of the success of last year's roster. I think you mentioned still in the press conferences being asked about TenZ and Saucy.
Yeah, literally,
still.
like, what would Saucy think of this performance? Would TenZ be proud of you? Still, these old legends of the past are being brought up compared to the current roster. And I do think, I mentioned unredeemed at the start of this game, I do think that a lot of fans are still unsure if they're back on board after the disaster in Bangkok. And you could even suggest, like, what would it take to get people back in Sen City?
Sen really have not been able to earn their flowers yet from the fans, but they are growing closer to that as this tournament goes on. I feel like we're going to be talking about him all game now that he's up to, well, a nice little 13-2. XLG have the 2 rifles they've carried over, picking up a couple of light weapons for this half buy. Still so many ultimates to play with. I'm surprised even that Rarga hasn't thrown that rifle to someone else and just to use the overdrive late.
I must wait a moment.
We kind of teased out a little bit early just how dangerous XLG have been on rounds like this in our home region. So far, Sentinels have respected them, focused on their own protocols to clear some of these more dangerous parts of the map, like that multi-push into market, for example. It's quite clear they are extending every necessary ounce of respect to their opponents, the #1 seed from China.
Playing quite passive at the moment. They were waiting out any aggression that would come towards A main. Narrates Prowler re-clears as Zelsis just holds down the main. Nightfall is going to come through the site. Now Zekken extending through elbow. Second Prowler used to clear all of this out, make it safe for him to get right into this site, take the space for the team.
I love that! Happyway reluctantly gave up elbow as the U2 came in wide, but he never really left.
And that's Rarga able to take a clean duel against Bang, who was trying to get through that one-way dark cover. Look at Zelsis on an absolutely mad flank. He was just chilling in B main. And now, John looks like he wants to get out of
30 seconds left.
Jordan, come on. Into spawn he goes. Coconut with only a sheriff. He's got a sense that Zelsis could be somewhere close by. Perhaps not that close. Cyber Cage there for Zelsis. He might have to play around that neural theft. Also, John holding it down him in, but time is short. They've got to get John out of this. And he's brought down by Mini. Zelsis would have to try and salvage. He needs to find Rarga, but he's run off. There's no chance for Sen in this round.
He's just on the run with the movement. Catching off the spike in mid. John was operating slowly, a little hesitant to cross. By that time, XLG had already began the rotate towards that B site, and Rarga just heads up play. I'm gonna just run. There's no way that Zelsis can get this plant down in time.
Oh, I love that, yeah. Happyway had one of the only 2 rifles brought into the round by XLG, and there was a ton of util to force him out of bed, right? Relay Bolt, there was a Prowler. He hung around in the dark cover and then found a bizarre moment just to spring back in.
That instant snap onto the second, milliseconds before getting traded out. Safe from Happyway.
That is a wild TP forward from Coconut. Pinged out though, they've heard it. Coconut by no means is committed here, but look at XLG fighting for mid. They've got Rarga up there in the middle as well. Paranoia, Bango has got around a bit of a time in that XLG aren't ready for. 1 by 1, they crumble. Mini's able to get 2 on the round, but Happyway's going to fight for his damn life. And I'm sorry, are we not interested in the extremities of the map anymore?
Sen are just winning so many of these crucial duels. Everyone from XLG swinging out, but it's awkward when there aren't really eyes on tiles. Those players in market did not have the angle for a close peek. And so this is just so free for Bang.
Yeah, he's ahead of the Paranoia that Coconut throws out. And they don't expect him to be so far forward. And he's there like a second or so early. Right there.
Sen have consistently kept the economy broken for XLG. Zekken feigning some presence towards A main. Popping that fast lane, jumping about.
Go, go.
In the meantime, down mid, Rarga taking a lot of space with that hero rifle. Look at him all the way down tiles. He just sent it. Sen now pivoting into B main. break the cam. They want to accelerate off the back of this. There's no one to really anchor here for XLG. Maybe Midi can hit another lucky headshot with a Sheriff through smoke, but it does not seem likely at all.
I mean, look at Johnny's also got this rolling thunder to punish a potential flood back in from these Sheriffs. SEN clearly realized the time for subtlety is well and truly over. Our drone Zekin wants to get ahead of it. This is a little bit dangerous. He's able to back off the line. Here comes the rolling thunder. Narrate trying to get to a safer spot. Zekin taken down. Odorod's marker was where the thunder went. And XLG now with these Sheriffs, recovered rifle. Raga still working with it. Narrow with the shorty, flattened. Raga gets on out there, but Bang steps up for 3. Make it 4. And Viva, sideline cut off. No step to the side. And Bang is waiting for his just desserts. Not quite the ace though. Viva's recovered rifle goes to work. SEN have still made it a 5-round game.
SEN have done an excellent job at stopping XLG in the choke points where they're trying to get back into the site. That Hunter's Fury just did not net any value. Bang, steadfast. Some attention being drawn away. Narrate fighting close to. Really well done. XLG have had no opportunity to get back in on these retake attempts.
An opportunity here though, Wyatt. They've got Raga over at the A side early. So might look to take some real estate off the rip.
The intentions to just play off of that standard one-way dark cover being thrown by Coconut.
He sees the omen.
Now this time over on that B site, if Sentinels execute in here, there are 2 kill trips that Happyway wants to play off. Aftershock forces out the cage so he can safely cross to back. Site has a great cam for retake potential.
Like Coconut just made use of from the shadows for information, cancelled it and is back at A.
There's going to be a push down mid from XLG. That drone got so deep. Look at Raga.
Oh,
look at Midi.
Zekin at least knows Midi's up in mid. Have to assume that Raga is close by. They know they haven't wrapped because that trapwire is still intact. This timing is important. Now they know Raga has pushed up tiles. Bang went for info himself with that Omen ultimate now. Sentinels have to make a decision. Back to B seems to be the call.
Like this from XLG, they get that pick and they immediately get out of dodge, ready to play for this retake. Sentinels, they want to opt to get into a B split. Again, the tripwire's still here, going to be very dangerous. Happyway wants to anchor back side.
Raga coming from the top of the map, he has the timing, he can get into mid. But Zekin has already gone to work on the defenders. There's Raga turning up. Now the moment to get top mid, dealt with Celsius and then follow through. 4, but a terrifying Russian duelist.
What a round. Love XLG's play towards mid there, throwing in some proactivity and then retreating to play together. When it comes to this site retake, the second adding more to the board, gets to 17, but even that 2 piece is not enough. Raga coming to life. Happyway still able to maintain control of backside throughout everything.
I'm out of here.
XLG can definitely hang, but they've got a bit of a deficit to work on now. SEN definitely in a position to buy for this round at least. This time they show a little bit towards A, where XLG characteristically make use of Raga to stave any push off.
Shadows traveling. Dark cover is going to be thrown top hit, but there's a drone re-clear. No, I do believe it was broken. Coconut wants to get the info here. He's going to be stunned up, but second can't go in too fast. Try peeks that. He is punished. With
Coconut already forcing back, that doesn't really feel like XLG.
Already. Viva wants to get here, only has the Sheriff, and now SEN opt to just take the time. Still a minute on the clock, no reason to force things. Again, dark cover just used to obscure the view from top mid Happyways, but it needs to go off. Tight angle connects the headshot, and now double up back sight. Midi. That duo needs to defend. Look at the insert from Zekin all the way towards.
ये क्या तरीका है भाई सेंटिनल का? Yon उधर है और Oman इधर है. Oh भाई. ये जाएगा.
There's an easy kill. Oh, it's the spike as well. Now you can refresh the one way. Paranoia comes in. SEN can't really afford to respect that. They've got to go for it. Zekin doubles back. At least deals with the Omen that gummed up the works. Now Stinger Sheriff and proper rifle for XLG, but Zekin is waiting again in box.
They want to swing.
ओए
Just
भाई
going down. Second catch
एक्सप्रे में दोनों भी जाते
XLG
भाई
players aftershock. Going to force him right into the fault line. Second in
Sniper आया
danger.
यहाँ से
It's Bang though that's really under pressure. Cosmetic stun. Apparently the fault line is. And this is more time. Narrate's now been able to join the rest of Sentinels. Shilai Gaming. I've got Vivi here trying to shock dart his way on out. Bang! Caught by that one.
Oh my
46 points of health
god
stripped off of him, and now it's down to Narrate and Zekin.
अरे यार
He's just too sharp. 3 for the round, and Happy Way, as brilliant as he's been, he's going to have to bring a world-beating performance to deal with this. Crosshair positioning broken.
This is no problem.
5 health for Happy Way. Narrate needs to get in here, and he should be able to finish the job.
Oh भाई finally Fred ने
Sentinels
बचा
keep
लिया
a 5-round lead.
Who's but a moment away from being
ये
able to
उनको
get a
जाना ही
shot
नहीं
off
था नहीं
with
उनको
that
वेट
bat.
करना था वहाँ
Perfect timing from
पे
Narrate.
अकेला
Second is
अकेला बंदा क्या
super
कर सकता था
on
भाई
this map. 20 for 6. We're still in the first half. Come on. He is unreal right now. And there was a little timing mishap from XLG that was Middy's undoing. And the attempt for Viva to throw up the recon so the player on site would have to turn, look at it.
That was good.
But Middy
Really
swung just a moment
Both
before
good.
it actually connected to the wall, was fired off.
We've got to contrast this with the starts for Sentinels in their last 2 games, Wyatt. They started slow. When questioned about it, Kaplan said it's been different each time, the reasoning for it. He really felt it was important that the boys were energetic for the first map, for the first showing on stage. It looks like today, whatever they've done differently has worked.
The highest contrast is the Wolves game where SEN could simply not win any duels. They're winning a couple right now. Second is unstoppable. Sentinels taking some control of mid, dark cover, so they have safety on the cross.
अभी तो वीपी करते हैं भाई
Get this
इनको फ्रॉड
information for Happy Way. Top mid play. I mean, he just might want to swing. Yeah, this trip would have to be broken though. That'll give up the game. And Second wants to go through. He wants to
Leon
split
बहुत
this piece like
जल्दीबाजी
from 3
करता है
angles.
Relay ball doesn't connect on anyone, he's not happy. Not ready for Happy Way to be tucked in on that
जल्दी
corner.
क्यों रश करता है भाई
Cosmetic stun,
मत
if I've
ना
ever
भाई
seen one,
इतना
Rogan
फास्ट
wants to
क्यों
get into
रश कर रहा है
backside.
भाई
Anchor, Happy Way duo, the 2 stars of XLG, the best aimers here.
ओए
Okay, that's good. Happy Way at least able to make the trade. Normally Raga's used to being set up by Happy Way, but here they're going to have to go with solo. Delta's around the cyber cage. Narrate was able to get more time and push up the right. And he is a multi-swing in theory coming out from Marker, but they don't respect John's position. Even in numbers, Middy though has to step up to the stage. And it's a big
1v1 ओ भाई
far from the tree. In fact, right on
दो
the
बंदे
noggin of
होके
John.
भी कुछ नहीं कर
Direct ball
पाया
clutch
है
for XLG to end the half.
The trade attempts are going completely awry for XLG,
Touch
but
कर दिया
Coconut clutches up to get them 4 on the board. As you mentioned, Sentinels here getting the exact contrast of the beginning against the other 2 teams from China. They are white hot. Second is looking like an easy MVP shot for this map.
Good start, yes, but it's about how you close here in Masters Toronto. We're getting a second half of Sunset coming at you on the other side of this quick break.
क्या भाई टाइम आउट लिया Well done.
Watch me win, then watch me do it again.
It's a Coinbase Econ report coming into our second half of Sunset, and there is a number there that is very large and definitely bears talking about. Remember, this econ rating is a measure of how much damage you're able to get out of the credits that you spend. Zekken, of course, only dying 7 times and getting 20 kills. He's obviously going to do well here.
I think what's actually most interesting is the fact that Rarga and Happyway, their numbers are actually very high, despite not being able to get a ton of kills. That's because SEN were constantly putting them on the eco, so they weren't actually spending a ton of money throughout the half. It was just complete control by SEN. You look at the timeline, XLG, they're just getting 1 round win every couple, then broken economy again.
We're going to check in with XLG, who have been called upon by the whole region to stand in the way of this Sentinel Struggle that so far has picked and been picked by only Chinese rosters.
खत्म कर दो मैच.
Every single time Sen have had to adjust coming into a series. Slow starts for the BLG and Wolves games. This one though looks like Sen are focused on their own game. Let's see if Raga can get into the works and show some of his mastery.
जल्दी सोऊंगा लगा.
Let's go quick, hides in the dark cover for but a moment, and then a double peek out with Coconut. Going to acquire that orb. As the rest of the team sort of passively watch towards mid, wanting to ensure that no one from Sentinels is getting too active, that they're not trying to throw an early haymaker at them. As the second half begins, Shock Dart to break a potential trip, but it's not there. To break another potential trip in market, that's also not there. It's just a cam watching, which Rarga will delete.
But I like this early round activity for XLG, just trying to take this Sentinel util off the map.
Look at this on the opposite side of the map. Happyway he's in the B site while the team is trying to exit onto A.
I don't know if Celsius is aware. Oh, he's not! Happyway's able to get the jump on him, and now quick pivot back as you would expect. This guy
he's been
the star so far for XLG. Previously, you know, considered a brilliant but often overlooked player in Raga's shadow. Happyway's really taken to this debut on stage.
And now it's actually Rarga who's left in this lurk position. Trip is going to have to be broken by Narrate. So aware that he has some opportunities to take tools against players as the spike goes down. Planted for B main on the stairs.
Zekken hoping an opportunity might present itself. But XLG disciplined in this post plant.
Yeah, Midi has a full kit to play with in this post plant. Just ready in B main with the stun.
Aftershock already getting drawn out now. Relay bolt throw on the side of Happyway, the one who set things up. But all of a sudden, Sentinel's back in with numbers. Midi trying to hold it down. Has 2 flashes to work with, and Rarga tucked to his left. Surely you can do something with this, but instead, Narrate just ruins him. John taken down through the smoke, but does he know Bang is on the defuse? He found the target! Red Bull clutching the pistol to close the gap.
He's just like that, so late coming back to the site, forced into a horrific position because the team were just failing to win duels against Sen, spilling back in from Boba.
He ran him through with a bayonet.
Desperately needed pistol round pickup for XLG. There's some smiles too.
Close one though. Sentinels really in a commanding position before Rarga got to them.
Nice
line play on swing here. Fever at least though not stunned up enough to prevent him from letting loose these balls with the Spectre. Sentinels feed themselves into the wood chipper. Banging for awful good fertilizer out there in LA.
A wave of utility, a nice trap setup from Sen, but simply not the weaponry to capitalize off of that effort. Celsius all alone and with little to no hope at this point. XLG do a great job absorbing those swings. Even stunned up, dealing with Zekken, who was sliding his way in there, creating space so the follow-up swings could arrive. But it's not enough to do anything. Just a bit of damage to Midi. This is exactly what XLG need to get back into this half. They know they're right back in the mix.
Well, Celsius trying to get busy. Listen, it's about just maximizing your income per second out there on the stage.
Yeah, he was min-maxing the classic 1v5 for sure. Respect.
So Sentinels trying to go for the gambit into B main here, but the ball line is not really enough to give them the edge.
Flawless now giving XLG prime opportunity.
Avert your eyes, Cuban, if you're squeamish.
ये क्या कर रहा था कोच इनका Sentinel?
Prime opportunity here for a bonus round pickup from XLG. This buy is pretty solid with a couple fully upgraded rifles. Standard first recon to get towards elbow. Broken, however, and Raga wants to slow down.
But for how long? Sees what he needs to at that shoulder peak. Fault line comes in and Raga tries to soar into the side, but Narrate clips his wings.
What a sick off angle from Narrate.
That was
lovely.
Bang was hoping to set up a crossfire with him. It's still a possibility. Elsewhere, Happyway is always a threat. I think Zelsis has learned his lesson about leaving that B site early.
He just throws down a trip straight up in main, which are pretty easy to break now. You don't have to commit a paint shells or aftershock like you did on the very old version of Sunset. That's going to be taken out by Happyway, and now Zelsis has to fear a little bit, though that cam is going to cover the full cross. The one he's got thrown up in market as XLG, taking their time, peeling away from A, working into mid.
Zekin likely going to be in a 1vx scenario in a moment.
Cam broken. Happyway working his way into B.
I like that idea. Let himself be pinged, but the timing doesn't quite line up. Zelsis realizes, yes, yep, Happyway is here, as always. Able to get the better of him. Winning that individual fight out is huge. And this would be a pretty strong conversion on the buy round for Sentinels getting back into this half. Fever's brought down. 4 rifles carried into round 16.
That's clean stuff. Zekin made a nice rotate there to pick up the double face with Zelsis backside of the monsters. My Happyway. This high impact kill. The angle that Narrate chooses to take there is so unexpected, unorthodox. And because Raga is running forward on the Neon, no one has an opportunity to trade that at all. Love the way he plays that. Full buy from XLG. Economy on the line. They are maxed out. They've got all those heavy armors, everything that they need.
Well, that recon bolt not exactly having the intended effect.
Pretty similar open for the Chinese side, leaving Happyway over towards B main. They work towards A early. And they love to double back and just apply some pressure mid. This time, though, inserting Coconut into elbow. But it looks like Sentinels want to go for the re-clear. The Prowler does connect, but they don't want to over-push this.
This mid pivot for Sentinels is probably expected, but maybe a little earlier than otherwise. Didn't think it would come.
Look at how much utility just threw at Coconut to get him out of there. Aftershock, multiple Prowlers.
Raga spotted down early. Relay bolt thrown to at least give Zekin a safe retreat. Narrate here. Might have an opportunity. Raga's pushing in on me. He's so deep, and Narrate's having to deal with him. Thought he was stunned up briefly by the relay bolt. You really declawed XLG with that pick off on the Neon. Viva very patient on this line, but Zelsis doesn't give him enough leg to make use of. Remember, Narrate is in this A side. He's in the A side, creeping up on the Prancer. What a timing! Sentinels looking dynamic here. 2 rounds in a row after a shaky start to the second half.
XLG just getting far too disconnected from each other. Raga running all the way up through mid. Narrate is coming up in these rounds. I was talking about in the press conference the other day that back when Sentinels had that tragic showing at Bangkok early in the year, he was so focused on his individual play. And it makes sense. When he was in EU, he was much more of a star with K-Corp. But on SEN, realizing his time has gone on, he just needs to support everyone else. But he still picks his moments. He still wants to find the moments to step up, but he's not forcing it.
He always talks about how stronger the voices are on this Sentinels team. Finding your niche a bit harder. It's going to be a fast hit over towards the A side of the map, though. Wide second already on the line. Raga chunked down to 10. John is able to finish the job. The classic 1-2 punch. As the Outlaw rings out, it's Narrate again. Always in an awkward spot.
All of XLG now just stuck in elbow. The entire Sentinels team here. You can always expect Zekin to have the Outlaw on hand on one of these rounds where the opposing team has a depleted economy.
Happyway can only do this for so long. He still needs to help Midi get into the site. There's none of that breach util for the attackers to play off of, and only 2 stingers. And a team on defense that is respecting them enough to hold these lines, not good chasing kills.
Midi is just hoping that someone may overextend and push into elbow, but it's simply not going to be the case. The hope for XLG is going to be this next round, the full buy, where they have both initiator ultimates to work with. However, it's likely going to be the exact same case for SEN. Midi dealt with Happy Way. Now spotted out, and it's only a matter of time for him. John will love to get involved, and that's going to get him the Rolling Thunder. Next round looking to be explosive.
And to be clear, this of course is XLG's map pick. It's a map that we don't really see anything of them prior, and have just started to see Sentinels pick this map themselves after banning it in their first game in Toronto.
That was a ridiculous first kill from John. Just spam through the box and caught a headshot on Raga. That is tough.
Not the first time it's happened in this game. Happened there on the attack side, and Raga was walking up for a swing in that same position. Timeout called here by XLG. You can see some frustration starting to bubble forth from Havoya, realizing that, yes, Lotus is a great map for XLG. It's one that SEN are happy to pick into them. They're really hoping to show us a little bit more on this sunset. So far, it's been Happy Way, just opening up the map for XLG in the few rounds that they've been able to look dominant in.
And that's really touching on one of the criticisms that has been levied against XLG during this run, is that they're too reliant on Raga and Happy Way. And of course, the team were displaying fantastic team play, great fundamentals, and a consistency that the other teams from the region just weren't. When you think about the volatility of Billy, Wolves, their play styles. But this, early on, is a case of Happy Way and Raga being the two that are really doing the heavy lifting. We'd love to see the other 3 get involved. Coconut had that clutch, but that's all he's got to his name really at this point. As we were talking about, though, as the last round was concluding, this is going to be an explosive round. So many ultimates across the board. The initiator ultimates at that.
Bring them down.
And likely XLG's last chance to get into this map in a real way. Absolutely throwing themselves at this. Harness Fury, Rolling Thunder, Neural Theft. Plenty to work with, especially if you can find an edge, a first kill, a ping on someone with a recon bolt, a post plant. There's some work that needs to be done to set up those win conditions for XLG.
Dark cover being thrown down there over on the B site, just to make it seem like there could be a lurk coming in. Happy Way has certainly been happy to do that on his lonesome, but the bulk of the players are working towards a bang. Oh my god, they're caught twice on the run. Raga's hungry.
Happy Way actually pushed up the left side at the same time, so great explosive moment there for XLG. Again, it's Happy Way and Raga leading the way.
This is exactly what they needed. They have to worry about Link right now. There's no smoke to cover it up, and Narrate is just happy to get a forward position. This could certainly catch someone off guard.
Right with him, make a correction, and he does. God, he's been good here. Trying to back away now. Rolling Thunder comes through from the attackers. XLG want to disrupt Sentinels as they make this push out of Link. Timing is everything, though. Rolling Thunder. God, they're using all of it as well. Nightfall expended now by Sentinels. Narrate not quite ready to get up on this line. Good damage though through the wall, and Zelfus has come to the rescue. Now, the Fate can keep moving. Raga is here in Halls alongside Viva. Try and keep eyes on this. But that fast lane makes it tough, and Raga's chunked down to 8. These next couple of shots, critical for the duelists, so they do get second. But now it's on Viva. 1v2, Zelsus on the line. Viva down to 20, and that'll do it. They've done enough, Sentinels, to get themselves to map point.
XLG just could not extract enough value out of the Rolling Thunder and the Hunter's Fury combo that they sent out towards Link. Even stunned up. Narrate was launched into the air. I thought spotted, but spam never came through. Coconut just fully isolated, wrapped by the flanking Zelsis, encircled, dealt with. And then trading things out in the 3v2 are SEN. They are too clean on this map. It was a bold choice for XLG to take them here. Historically, a home for Sentinels since the John Cutie and Zelsus iteration of this team began. and they are as good as ever. This would require a monumental comeback, but second is too good right now.
In a market that would at least XLG have been able to set up a staging ground. This will leave Zelsa's looking a little bit stranded, but do they check this corner? Absolutely not! A freebie for Zelsa here as Raga deals with it, but it's electrified play from Zekin! Then on a fundamental level, there's not much of a game. Sentinels, a cut above China's #1.
Zekin just dropping a 20 bomb in the first half of that game. Had XLG on the back foot the entire time. They were getting constantly echoed. They look a bit out of sorts, perhaps a little nervous on their debut, but with Lotus up next, maybe they can bounce back.
401 ACS, 27 kills for Zekin, a masterclass on Sunset. We're going to step away with XGB and the Atlas desk. Are going to break down our first map of the series.
Red Bull gives you wings.
go for some of the re-clear plays there, and it also makes your post plants just a little bit weaker. So I do worry, unless XLG is really on their game, they're going to be a little telegraphed on this attacking side. You don't have as much variety, and you can't create quite as much of a fog of war as you can with that Viper.
We're seeing some of these agents get locked in here. I was curious to see what we're going to get from Zelsis. He opts to go for that Vice. Very good. It's going to be a great counter for the Neon as well here. And we'll see. The thing that's worrisome to me here, Kukuka, is that this is the same composition. We just saw it happen. We saw their struggle with the spacing. We saw all of those struggles on the screen. I don't know if they have enough time to fix it, man.
And worst thing is that Narrate is also having a very, very impressive tournament. I think that on the previous map, he was a little bit of an unsung hero because he created so many situations, so many circumstances for retakes and whatnot, that I feel like, especially with Zekken on the race, he's going to have that same impact on Lotus.
Well, the question we're wondering is if XLG can force a map 3, or does Sentinels end it here and now? Let's send it back to your casters to get this show going. It's Uber and Wyatt yet again.
Terrifying pistol and eco play. Incredible fundamentals, trading and spacing, and, well, Happyway and Raga dominating. Those are the 3 win conditions we outlined for Sheilai Gaming at the start of this series, and only one of them has been present on that first map of Sunset, Wyatt.
And on the opposite side, we are looking at Zekken at his absolute best. And now going to Lotus, Raze, that's his OG agent. That is the agent that he made his name on years ago. When we're thinking about those XSET days, just the other day against Billy, he was a dominant force and is even better right now. That was an all-star performance on map 1. XLG looking out of sorts, having some moments where they looked scrambled, nervous. They need to get their heads in the game right now, or SEN will have ran the gauntlet, beaten every team from China. We'll move on to the next part of the bracket.
They're the only NA team in the upper bracket remaining. Narrate has looked inspired today. Always unexpected, ridiculous off angles, round after round. Shield wall drawn out here by Happyway. And the rest of XLG starting to file into rubble. Rotates being drawn across the map by the defenders.
That's Dude, just jump spotting on C, pressure into tree. Raga in mid-AR. Stock, this is a bizarre situation. Zelsis doesn't want to give them an inch, he doesn't want to swing.
Gonna wait, and there he goes. Emerges with a right click, and it's another one for the 5 merchant. And the door shuts. Narrate with the swing.
Spike down A.
Zelsis eventually brought down. Narrate also both offenders from the defense side quelled, but the spike's loose. Zekken might have a timing here. Disrespect the poison orb and push through seems to be the plan. I for one am here for it. Step up on the site, Paranoia cut through. Happyway tucked along with Coconut. This paint shell definitely going to rattle the cage a little bit. There it is, Happyway brought down by it, but Coconut and John, the one-way being respected. John swings while Paranoid, and Coconut salvages the round.
There's some momentum for XLG. Disastrous open, pushing into Zelsis. Tucked back tree. Can't get the trade after Raga presses forward. I believe that was the patented Zelsis Arc Rose in the top right that gets the blind onto midi. Zekken had a lovely nade there towards the end, but it was just John stuck in waterfall that entire juncture of the pistol round. No HP, cut off by the dart cover one way. Brilliant start.
6-1 are XLG on this map. In VCT China, definitely their best, but I mean, Sentinels have already handled BLG and Wolves.
That being said, they've shown a lot. XLG should be very prepped for this, and as bold as we called it, for them to pick Sunset into SEN, it's bold of SEN to pick this into XLG. This is right at the top of their pool.
That is Kaplan pitting SEN's best pick against that of XLG. We have a dual Marshall take on this round. Okay, so he is a wrench in the works there over at Rubble. Also confirms there's only 1 to 2 players, so SEN have every reason to stay here on the C side of the map.
Viva got right out of that drone to get the trade. A lot of noise here being made by Raga, going to open the door as well. Just try and keep the focus to send towards C and B, where they've been gamble stacking this entire time. As Viva on the opposite side of the map has been able to control the rubble area, hasn't been pushed. This is an easy rotate call into the very vacant site.
And SEN are just going to play catch up here. And I know we mentioned it a couple times, but I don't think it can be overstated how different XLG's showing on this Sunset map has been from their play in the lead up to this tournament. The same play that qualified them. Online, they never fought alone, had great setups, were always on a crossfire, or at least a good spacing double swing scenario. Can they find their footing here?
There.
They don't have much time to get it together.
And you really saw Rorga online at his best, playing that. Yoru especially, Chamberon's occasion as well. The Neon was so disconnected from the team on Sunset. That has to be rectified.
Being here on Viva, SEN trying to get some bang for their buck at the end of the round. 2 kills for the defenders, but XLG get off to a good start on this attack side. SEN elected to start on defense here.
Happy to collect a couple kills over to their initiators, but as far as early ultimates go, it's Zelsis close to that Steel Garden. He's able to just get an easy little right click to open things up here.
Let's go, we win pistol, bro, let's go! Hype, hype, hype! Let's go!
Locking in, getting excited. Rorga has the Vandal into this round. Let's see if he can do something with it. Early recon to get out into rubble. Second wants to escape the baby door. Pick up a bit of a safer angle after that pressure comes through.
He immediately bailed. I think seeing the fast lane made him feel like he was not well equipped to take that fight head on. Important round to convert on for Sentinels. Great start. Look at that pop out of B, and there's 2 players sat on that line. Coconut and Happyway out of the game. Once again, another player doubles off the line. Bang gets out, realizing that Raga's coming for him now too.
I'm sure XLG wanted to get towards B, but realized they just have to get into A fast after all that. Fighting occurs in main. A lot of damage done to Narrate and Zekin. Perhaps if they had real weapons, those would have just been straight up kills, but maybe the low HP could be enough for XLG to get back into this.
Sees in towards Pip, that is definitely going to catch on the midi, decaying him down, holding in place, and so Viva gets overwhelmed. No chance for midi to try and trade there from lower pit. Gonna have to be a fast play now here from Sentinels, and when midi tries to gum up the works, it's Raga dealt with. And Sentinels give XLG just enough rope to trip themselves with in that round. Giving some space, waiting to double or triple up. Very nicely handled, that pace coming in from the attackers.
Yeah, there are multiple players stunned up. And that fault line comes through for midi for Viva to try and swing off of here. Look at that. 3 of them, in fact. Really hoping there'd be maybe 2 players up there. Certainly not 4. As one of them is able to get out of the way of that fault line.
And honestly, SEN with such a clean play into the XLG bonus, have pretty even footing now into this round number 4. Steel Garden, developed by Zelsis, someone you mentioned was pivotal on this map and their run to playoffs, already been showing a little bit of that magic.
Yeah, as soon as he picked up the Vice, even back in kickoff for the run to qualify for Bangkok, Zelsis was putting up some of the most impressive maps we have ever seen from him, statistically speaking. It was Lotus, it was Vice, Rorga making his presence known. XLG do a good job of getting this wall procced very early into the round. Not able to deal with the thorns that are littered across that C site, but at the very least that will keep Zelsis feeling threatened as things progress.
We've seen how hard it is to sort of trigger that wall without, you know, like a Yoru clone or something similar with these Neon comps. You do risk that little shoulder peek out on the C. And now it's time for SLG to double back and return. Razorvine caught Raga briefly. He'll be able to regen up some of that shield to get onto the side. Once again, SEN are going to allow for this, Wyatt. They want the full retake behind the Steel Garden.
It's going to be ripped right now. Rorga's pressed up very far forward, and with his weak weapons, it's just all too easy.
John and Zelsis combined for 4. Finally, Midi will have access to his weapon, but not before Narrate cuts him to the quick. Sentinels very quickly dropped pistol. They have evened up the game.
Outrageous value from the early Steel Garden that Zelsis got access to. As this round closes out, Zekin doing enough to earn his showstopper as well. So advantages continue to cycle for Sentinels. can't be mad at XLG trying to get some point space. That is always a win condition when you're getting the spike down on C.
No good, no
they're
good,
not
no
able to push far enough to get out of the steel garden. They didn't have an opportunity to retreat to a little pocket that was on the edge of halls. So ultimately dealt with so easily as they just have classics in that scenario.
Another valuable defense side round for SEN. They feel like they're worth 2 attack side rounds on this map sometimes. Zekin sees enough. Draws a beat on Coconut with the showstopper, and that's the Omen gone. No more controller util for XLG to get into any of these sites. Means they can't cover off stairs, they can't cover off B upper. They can't smoke for a safe trigger of the sheer wall on C either.
Looks like the split at M4B is coming as the fault line goes down. Nothing to cut off Heaven. Raga, does he want to push for more? Going to slide across, trying to get someone to swing off of him. Relay bolt decent, forces SEN back. Spike down.
They can't stall them really. They don't have any dark covers. Rolling Thunder though comes out. XLG hoping to fight with it, but there wasn't really an opportunity. Zekin gets in there, downed by Midi Stinger, then Shorty, yep, will get the job done. Smoke there over towards that baby door direction. Viva needs to make a decision here. Can he peek on a timing with Happyway? It's awkward with the Marshall to try and get a retake, and now he's going to be revealed essentially by the Prowler. Happyway taking pot shots, but doesn't quite have the accurate spike location. He's not trained on the mark. And that's a defusing. Viva looking a little uncomfortable towards the end of the round. He'll get narrate, but that is 3 in a row from the America squad.
That's simply nothing the XLG IGL could get accomplished. Trapped in baby door. Zekin just feeling like, damn, I got my showstopper already. I guess I'll just use it to win this anti-half-buy. Why not? Free little kill to set things up. Lack of smokes when the execute comes through. XLG risk a lot going for the Rolling Thunder to push into spawn, which is essentially nullified just by Bang. Anyhow, on this full buy, early A fight is going to commence. XLG getting out fast, rather using
Sentinel
that lane to get forward.
None
of it. They peel back to the site.
Looks like Coconut ulted for some information. Zekin down, that's a duelist out of the way. Happyway leads. It's gets aggressive, but Bang's able to spray down through the box. Away, and Narrate picks up the line for him. Again, defensive trading, very, very strong for Sentinels. And they swing around that corner. Bang is handled. Viva, though, low.
Oh, Viper दिख गया.
SEN have given up this A side now.
Viper था क्या वो? Viper था, Viper था.
Viper
भाई कैसे रे? ओए.
That's beautiful from XLG.
And that our drone isn't going in John's direction. He is able to slip past it. Coconut though finds it. John knows
approximately
where Soma was. But Coconut holds it down while his teammate was in the drone.
There we go. There's some of those good fundamentals that we are calling on XLG to have. Even when that execute is getting scary, chaotic. SEN are doing a nice job fighting backside. There was another great paranoia from Bang. They're able to still double up, fight together. They clear out Zelsus, who was silently rapping downstairs. Well played.
Where is Raga? Where is Raga?
Here.
Quiet game, to say the least.
Hasn't been fully needed so far.
MVP कौन होगा बताओ भाई.
It's a great round there with a Guardian too. SEN have had a great economy building though, so they're on an easy full buy here.
MVP क्या पता.
This time no
pomp
and circumstance, no fanfare about this A-side take. XLG are allowed to simply walk up.
Come out from there at the stun.
He's got to get right across the side. They know he's here. Zelsus gets the drop on him. And the Razorvine means that nobody can follow up on the Neon.
आजा. ओए ओए.
God, no one is looking in.
अरे यार.
Once again, it's the timing that XLG are just not ready for. In this round, the round here is really going to hurt the Chinese #1 squad. They pop up for air. Hard fought round one. Packing again.
They just want to go for the full A execute fast. Sentinels making a good decision, good read on this round to pivot that Zelsus utility setup over to A. Everything there. And XLG just rush things right past the sheer wall. It cuts off any help for Raga, who's further kept at bay as the Thorns are on the ground. I believe there was an additional flash too. Zelsus again, that Arc Rose, it's just always in that same spot at upper tree. That's again the XLG duelist being disconnected, isolated.
10 seconds left.
It was awfully quick into the site, but I think they heard him cross. There's a player of Baby Door on a cover of smoke. Sensei, we don't have to fight hard for rubble this
Full
round.
time
We're
pass
gonna
कर
let
रहा
you
है
walk
full
into
time
that
pass.
Sentinel util and hit you on the flood back in.
अबे क्या हो गया?
Neri 2 just able to get in a nice close-up tuck position, hold a crossfire. Obviously, with good reason. We've talked so much about Zekken in this series. He was unreal on Sunset. But Narrate had so many high-impact kills. Didn't rack him up to the top of the board, but he was getting on several rounds. The most important kill. His util has been really strong. He's having a great game. Great tournament at that. He was the best player for SEN in their opener against Wolves.
Good.
Generally, obviously, takes a moment with Zelsis to ask who's best he's going to be in this game. Who is he looking at on the other side of the stage to try and get in their head? Maybe interact with him a little bit. He said undeniably Raga. And so far, he has had the better of Raga in every single encounter that they have had.
Similar story like this before at international events, where a team goes on an incredible run, and then they debut in the playoffs because they get to skip the group stage, but they're fresh to the pressure, to the prestige of an international event, and there's nerves. They get off to a slow start.
Even Kaplan said, with how the logistics work at the venue when getting set up, we have had to work really hard to get a routine established that lets us be energetic when we get to the stage. He said that's been a big reason why their starts have been slow. And XLG are just now figuring that out the hard way.
Back to gaming house.
Of the team most analogous to XLG. When now G2, the guard, debuted on LAN years ago after being on a sick run, and starting in the playoffs and struggling at their
South
first
Africa
event.
final
Both these teams, the two best ascended teams we have now. Hard to not draw comparisons.
This is XLG who are filling the shoes of EDG, which is a big job. As the top representative from their scene. Access gained to the seaside, but as usual, SEN will allow for this. It'll be a flood behind the Nightfall again.
The
two hero rifles. And the two best aimers from XLG. Raga wants
कोई तो जाने वाला है, श्योर कोई तो जाने वाला है। बोला भाई कोई तो जाने वाला है। अभी कमबैक करेंगे।
Narrate wanted to get ahead of this.
करेंगे।
Like all of Sentinels disrespecting. Here's that flood midi on the line. Mark
ओए
down.
ओए वो क्या कमबैक है भाई?
Coconut still gets his. Beaver going to be pinged out to the back of the site now. Nurul
the
attackers in happy ways. Somehow wended his way behind Sentinels. It's all on John. Plenty to see. A lot of targets to go for, and he knows, of course, those pulsing tethers where he needs to look.
अरे कर दे भाई जो होएगा देख लेंगे.
3 bullets left in the chamber. No time to reload them. An unlikely round win for XLG, but a much needed one at that.
It's taken us a while, but we finally get an XLG bad by round win. They had gotten away with things just like this countless times. Finally able to flip the script on SEN, get their economy going, which has been a struggle throughout this entire series so far.
Ungodly flank timing from Happy Way really unraveled that for Sentinels. Another rubble fight here, like we said, won't contest this whatsoever. So now it'll be Raga pitted up against Bang at the A side.
We've really seen this from SEN on Lotus a lot in this tournament as a whole. Not particularly aggro in the early rounds. They're not running it down. They're not sending it. They're letting things come to them, letting the game come to them.
It's the loss of the breach in this comp for Sentinels as well. They have a little bit less to disrupt with. You know, usually the Omen and Breach could double up there with the Duelist, but no fault line here for Sentinels.
Well timed on this.
Add by. Break crosshair with Raga, then follow up on it. Zekino gets out, he can sniff that something isn't right. Paranoia comes in, but he spaced this out a little bit with his own paint shells. Bought time now for the rest of the defenders. Hunter's Fury deployed onto the map, and XLG have unfettered access now to this B site. John will be forced away by this aftershock.
With some great util from them to get in. Heads up hot from Narrate. We'll get the positioning of Happyway. The one hero rifle for XLG will have to come up huge with a flank timing, something.
The Paranoia, maybe a seize to let them flood in behind, but they don't have the rim, or rather the reach flashes to work with. So far, so good. Still weaker weaponry for the attackers. Paranoia connects, Narrate deals with Happyway, and Viva now takes some pot shots in through that smoke. John has to get on the defuse, but Coconut's already found some damage, a better weapon maybe. It's half. John will be protected by Zekin. 6 defense side rounds for Sentinels. Have to make the coaching booth pleased.
It doesn't get much closer than that. John down to 1 from the shock dart that came through. Had to get off before he could actually hack the spike. That was looking more than dangerous. It seemed that XLG did enough, but Zekin stepping up. 2 isolated 1v1s. XLG not swinging together in that moment. Looked like Viva just couldn't get out wide enough through door, perhaps. Pretty disastrous, so winnable. Slips through their grasp. They've got a full buy. They've got a rolling thunder.
SEN actually throw a more decisive A-side variation. A bit of rubble presence. It doesn't pan out though, XLG or elsewhere. They've got so much, a veritable ton of util to try and fight through it again. You're sliding past the shield wall. Where's the backup supposed to be for Raga?
Early in this half, they were able to get rid of those walls and then work the map, try and go for an execute late. These fast hits are just not going to pan out when you're not getting accurate information on the Vice. You just cannot run into Zelsys setups like that.
Are they assuming that Zelsys is at A again? There's no attempt to force that wall out.
Being forced to teleport away now, so XLG are going to get a bit of control towards Rubble. 40 seconds or so left on the clock. Still rolling thunder in hand. Will there be an opportunity to even use that? To try and get back in this round where they're at a man disadvantage.
30 seconds left.
They want to pivot back to C. There's still so much util here. Happyway tries to find a timing. He does get in first, clears out some of the thorns.
Paint shell could end him though. Nope, Zelsys gets to him first. A com level flank play from Happyway over the course of this map, but he's too low to do anything there at that site. And that's a save here for XLG, whichever way you slice it. They'll have high hopes to make use of this Rolling Thunder overdrive couple in the last round of the half.
That's going to be their only hope, as the cash is lower than low. Raga is going to need to step up this overdrive. He has been so disconnected from the team. It's resulted in his 10 deaths at the moment. This was an issue on Sunset that simply had to be fixed on Lotus. But XLG's willingness to rush some of these hits to try to get in quickly is on 2 occasions on buy rounds, just ultimately ended up in their demise. This is it for them. Raga has the Bucky with the overdrive at that. They're getting out fast on A. It's Bang actually who's picked up the Odin right now.
No haunt pings though, nothing yet to play off of.
They have dodged the Prowler that Narrate just sent to get some info, so perhaps some false information. XLG, they want to contact off the back of that Prowler, not connecting, press up a bit far forward. It's a baby door. They want to get into this big site right now. Raga going forward with the overdrive. Vulnerable up. Can he even find a target? How deep does he want to push?
John still respects it. They're trying to set up a multi-phase situation. Raga down to 49. He's got himself 2. And that's going to have to be enough. Shows up for second. Fire! Oh, man! And the paint shells! He's doing it all!
Not only does he stop the plant, but that's the Rolling Thunder gone.
Now Coconut trying to figure out if there's a way to make use of this from the shadows. And instead he goes to the Shadow Realm. Zekin and Bang are in no hurry. Atata Happyway, who's definitely been the most inspired component of this XLG outfit. to try and make this respectable 5 rounds in this first half.
30
If he
seconds
can
left.
get this plant down safely, which he does, will have an opportunity to throw that neural threat. There we go. He knows where to look.
Now, sometimes even if you know what's coming, doesn't make it any easier. He's second with 3. And SEN complete yet another 8-4 half on a map they themselves chose, knowing full well that it was XLG's best battleground.
2 of the rounds, XLG earning the pistol and initial anti-eco. By the way, the gun rounds dominant from SEN. They are playing so well today.
Got a quick break here, a chance for XLG to take their breath, and they need it. Stick around and see if this Chinese team can find their feet and composure after this.
Esports is a $2 billion industry now, but it all started in dingy basements and cramped living rooms.
From how the pros train
Especially looking very, very good here. But in general, the pressure on Sentinels has felt pretty limited, even in a lot of these higher stakes rounds.
You could just see the distinct difference in the value that the guns have been getting, because on most of, if not, you know, a decent amount of the full buy rounds from XLG resulted in just 5-man running into a site where Zelsis was posted up and everybody just dies. So they're not getting really any value from the guns on those rounds, which unfortunately tells the story of their current state. They still need to wake up. Rarga needs to come to life on defense right now, was finding himself so disconnected from the pack, mostly due to Zelsis on the Vice. 4-11. This is not acceptable right now for XLG's star player who dominated the Chinese region to get here in the first place. They need to come to life, get their heads in the game, shed the nerves away.
We said they had one of their 3 win conditions in that first map and it wasn't enough. This time they got 0. Rarga gets off to a start. Let's see if it's going to be a good one. Zelsis has just had his number the entire game, and this round is no exception. Coconuts on a flank here, but they hear the footsteps, the pitter-patter. Bang is ready for it. And Fever
last player standing.
and steps up. John is just too clean with it. It's on Happy Way, who's not been able to reprise that incredible performance from Sunset. G2 has been a little quiet.
Is it a good idea from XLG? Sure, but the execution falls to pieces. Where are the trades? Where is the good spacing that we saw from them in their run? It just crumbles in that moment. Can Happy Way be a hero? Catches John on the cross. Isolated 1v1, but it's won out by Bang. And it feels like that could be the nail being driven into the coffin of XLG. He swings, he's disjointed. He's got the flash out, not the gun out, but assist Viva.
Nice, nice. Okay.
Coconuts
We won that round, but
too far ahead on that initial swing.
Like I'm
And even though these rounds have been won by SEN, as you can see, they're not fully satisfied. I mean, Kaplan does seem a little bit more relaxed than usual.
He's allowing Qbert to watch the game once again.
He's removed him from the corner, unblindfolded him. So this is, well, I think it's pretty self-explanatory. XLG are praying to whatever god they believe in, that Sentinels blunder into the B site. Eventually they're going to have to go hunting themselves. They have zero info. Outside of this cam that's watching Mound, that so far has yielded nothing. Maybe a multi-push off this B main position, but Happyway, he had it all to do on that corner with the Sheriff. It'll be tough to pull off.
And with the Cypher pressed up so close there, dying alone. SEN know they're just supposed to accelerate into this C site. The rest of XLG with classics only. They're the only one here to deal with him so far. Swing is going to come from Zelsis. Raga gets one trade.
Yeah, the Sting is here for Sentinels. Will have plenty of application. Raga's got a Bulldog to hand currently. There is the quad stack that XLG tried to set up at the start of the round. Just got used against them, albeit with better guns.
That long-range stinger coming into play. It's now or never for XLG. Sentinel's bonus round buy is not incredible. Could certainly imagine a scenario where they want to hit just a fast B execute, get Zekin up close with the stinger, try to get him into heaven off of a double satchel.
He's got a judge.
I'd be shocked to see something like that. Oh, it does switch it up actually. Throws the stinger elsewhere. Maybe exact same plan, but just do it on C. Rargo wants to fight. He loves to fight Mound early. Did this a lot when he was playing Yoru on this map during the Taeho meta, which they were leaning into heavily.
We've seen so much less of that sort of Mound fighting happening here in Toronto in this current meta wire. SEN especially have not gone for those early fights.
Now look, you have that deep cam placed into Mound by Happyway early again. Sentinels are opting to leave Zelsis in this position, keep their options open for a potential pivot back as they want to re-clear towards Mound in this mid-round. There does have a Prowler to get out here, potential Haunt as well. Stun onto Zelsis, they want to isolate this fight. Raga pushing forward, great double peek. I love that proactivity to find an advantage. That's going to give away the game as well. Look at the rotation from XLG on the top of the map, taking out that Sentinel. They know the hit is going to be coming into A.
Zekin's got one job and one job only, but Viva had the stopping power of a Mack truck to take the Rays out of the round. Bang, drill with bullets through the boxes. Narrate getting just the kind of engagement the Stinger player wants. John's actually got a rifle to play with.
Enemy remaining.
He will be the last one standing.
Spike down A.
Right for fifth, John steps up, knocked it down. Like you mentioned, not a great bonus here from SEN, but XLG get the drop on Zelsis over at Mound, convert to a nice little A retake.
That's exactly why they have that cam there. They get a good little mid-round moment for Happyway to suddenly enter it. Gets the view on Zelsis. But that's just a guy with a stinger. We have Neon, Relay Bolt. Let's just get that fast double peek. Qbert, it's going to be okay.
Blink twice if you're in danger.
Now here we go. Sentinels fully buying up into this. Narrate to the attack side, Odin even. XLG early, triple walk down the Mound side. Recon Bolt dealt with. Viva takes some damage on the jump spot, but does get the valuable early information.
XLG, yeah, I mean, this Mound position can be effective if you are able to scale off of it. But there's a sheer wall that Zelsis can use to watch for that kind of push behind Sentinels. It will let them know at least in advance that they have a timer against them. Narrate pinged out, so needs to back away to the safest spot possible.
Still waiting.
Got the Odin here, so definitely want to work as many of these corners as possible. In fact, the B side was just the one for that. This door toggle, Zelsis has to call this quickly. He's able to avoid the paranoia, but he doesn't want to take this fight.
They've left Zekin all the way over in tree on A, by the way, as they're trying to get him stopped. Raga, again, able to find an opener. And it's a pivot back as Zekin is just taking this forward position. Can Happyway catch him? Yes, he does. Zekin shot in the side.
SEN here making a couple of rough assumptions. And Narrate is getting involved again with the Odin. No one getting pinged out by that recon. Bang with a smoke on upper, but still no plant. That spike is loose.
This is XLG just taking their time, ready to pounce when the spike gets tapped. 15 seconds left.
Playing close, and Raga. That is a full Ferrari pick there for Nang.
10
Nicely
seconds
jump.
left.
7 seconds left. Still needs to be applied at some point. John taken down by Coconut. Off that push from stairs.
Player
And it's
standing.
all on Bang. Bulldog with Midi and Viva standing in his way. Wraps around, but XLG are doubled up there. Willing to take 1v1, but Bang's not going to give him the bloody choice. 4 kills for the Red Bull clutch.
Bye, come back. Not to come back.
XLG just cannot be giving that away this late in the game. Bang, that initial kill, the paranoia into the swing on Raga at Waterfall to bring it into the 3 versus 3. As Coconut just swings onto him a little bit early before the players from Heaven could descend into the site. Doesn't wait to play off the fault line or the flash, and he's punished for it. I think this is, frankly, the best map that Bang has had so far in this tournament. XLG are in so much danger. At a moment that felt unlosable, there were only 15 seconds on the clock.
And now Sentinels expecting some form of reprisal from XLG. Very passive looks over towards the A side. Inching forward on B. Outlaw for Zekken. It's a perfect round for it.
Slow take of Mount using the Prowlers from Narrate. Very passive here as John just trying to ensure that no one from XLG pushes too deep. Second taking the peek. What? Whiffs onto Mini. Rapid Sheriff shot.
And then Mini can just have himself an outlaw. All of a sudden, the weaponry from XLG looks much improved.
That was bold from Zekken. He's swinging potentially into multiple angles where he could have even kind of just traded out, but now Midi has picked up the outlaw. A couple light armor / regen for SEN as they walk towards these trips necessary to break it. Spike is here, and Narrate.
Nightfall now available here for Narrate. Bang also with it from the shadows. A lot to work with, and the spam is going to be deadly from this Odin. A very permeable piece of wall stands between SEN and XLG, and Raga hopes to step up. Razorvine here is definitely going to be respected. Still not yet applied, and Narrator's gone down. The spike is loose. John's going to come forward. It's him and Delsis versus the entirety of XLG's combined might. And Delsis with the spray down gets him there. What an absurd way to end it. Sentinels descend into bloodlust and set up match point.
XLG just need to rush in there, stop the spike from going down. Multiple situations now where there is little to no time on the clock for Sentinels to get the spike down. There's so much excellent pressure from XLG coming in. But things again disconnected. Coconut just a little bit too fast. The 3 of them not swinging together. Zelsis able to take advantage. The bait of the spike plant tucked into the corner to get the 2-man spray down. Some elation for Kaplan and feeling of desperation for Havoya. XLG are on the precipice of disaster. Sentinels, the cusp of blowing them out on both maps.
What comes next after the Hail Mary, Wyatt? They've run out of rosary beads to clutch onto. XLG throw everything at Sentinels in that round. Everybody, every player gets in there. Raga with the overdrive. And they walk into this round at least with a Hunter's Fury they can work something off of, but SEN in a post-plant for the game with potentially a Viper's Pit to work with. That is a terrifying prospect.
Sentinels have 7 opportunities to close this out. And the advantage that they're going to have coming into this round feels insurmountable. 1 orb away from a Steel Garden and Showstopper, plus a pit for the post plant. Zekken just needs to collect an orb somewhere, send it in, route the XLG players. They throw down that Viper's pit, and it should be all said and done.
A win against Wolves was called Mickey Mouse. Against BLG, SEN weren't really given credit. An easy run to playoffs, they said. Now against the #1 team from China, selected specifically by them. At what point do we start
realizing that they're a separate team to what they were last year, giving them that credit. And at what point do they redeem themselves after a shocker in Bangkok?
It's slow from SEN to open things up, expecting that out of the timeout there could have been an incredibly proactive play from the defenders, pushing at them. It's Raga alone in mount. Danger as Celsius does spot him out. As you mentioned, this Hunter's Fury available. That could be the crux of XLG winning this and staying in the game.
There's the smoke. This might be a pretty quick one. SEN really angling for a powerful post plan with a Viper's Pit in the mix. Coconut feels the pressure. It's immense. Second now in the show's from holding on to this for a time. To upper. What's the timing going to be?
30 seconds
able to
left.
avoid it. Here is that Viper's Pit though. All of that retake. You two are going to start to be expended by XLG. They're going to try to find a way into this pit. Coconut starts though. Seconds down. Johnny's down and so is the pit. On top of the Razorvine. XLG have found some step, but Bang and Narrate still stand in their way, and Bang, careful on the corner. Swing on it. Raga reads low, the slide is good. And now it's Narrate. He'll be revealed in a moment, but he'll do the same. Throw that C's in. Spray around the corner. Raga to half and out the way. Keeps XLG's head above the surging tides.
Their star duo activate in the 2 versus 2. Look at the way that they take care of Bang on that angle. Raga's movement just baits her out of that position, then swings wide, sliding deep. Happy Way able to capitalize off of Bang's crosshair placement being broken. The first step taken in an arduous journey back into this game. But XLG have managed to, at the very least, put SEN onto an eco. Just given they did so much damage in those prior rounds, they certainly walked away from feeling like they should have even won. SEN, all players stacked up a mount, probably gets the info. What? The long range stinger! Coconut, who stood tall in that last retake, has already fallen. Chance for a gun recovery, Bucky Town is exactly where Raga gets dragged. Narrate is low. It is a rifle pick up for second, and John goes to work. XLG thrust onto the stage, thrust into the spotlight to speak on behalf of their region. Against the juggernaut of SEN that is dispatched their countrymen one by one by one. Now put it all on Viva. And Sentinels have no incentive to push off this site whatsoever. They'll await the chime of the victory music. Viva down to 15 is all too much to do for XLG and Sentinels! The Reaper to visit the last
जीत गई रे भाई, सेंटिनल जीत गई. ओह, what the fuck है?
These guys in Sen City, they are the last remaining America's team in the upper bracket.
Absolutely obliterating the top seed from China on their international debut. That's as clean as it gets. Zelz is performing so well on the defensive half of the map. You can't help but continue to talk about Second's masterclass Neon on map 1 Sunset. He is playing some of the best in Valorant we have ever seen for one of our all-time stars. And now after this, Sentinels will go up against one of Pacific's monsters in PRX.
That is their reward, Sentinels. They know exactly what's coming. To be the best, you've got to beat the best. They have single-handedly dispatched an entire region from this tournament. And we're going to head down to Yinsu at the stage, standing by with Zekin for the Verizon post-match interview.
Toronto, let's make some noise for the winners of this match. It's Sentinels! Whilst I let Zelsis come and hype you guys up for a bit, I'm going to grab Zekin for a quick interview. Come and join me, Zekin. First of all, congratulations. Now, you were picked first out of Swiss stage. Did that surprise you at all? Did it make you feel extra motivated to try and prove them wrong?
No, I wasn't really surprised. I thought they were going to try and avenge their brothers, so I kind of expected it, and then I was looking forward to the match. I thought it was going to be a lot of fun.
Now, your coach, after map 1, said there were some similarities between XLG and Wolves and Billy Billy, but he ultimately felt like it was actually an easier matchup on stage once the things got going. Playing there, would you agree now you face all 3 teams?
I wouldn't say it's easier, it's just a little bit different. I think compared to Wolves and Billy Billy, they play a little bit more standard, so it was something that we were a bit more used to, but definitely not easier. They're still really good.
Do you think when it comes to your current playstyle, would it be stronger or weaker against some shenanigans? Because your next opponent, there's going to be some shenanigans.
I hope stronger. I really hope so. But, I mean, we've faced a lot of shenanigans so far, so I hope we can keep dealing with it.
And speaking of them, PRX, they're looking super, super strong on a win streak just like you. How do you stop that train? It's hard. You just got to hit your shots and be ready for them. That's it? Pretty much, yeah. I mean, everyone says that, though. Everyone's like, you got to out W gaming, and so far no one's managed to do that. So what's going to be different for you guys? I mean, it's way easier said than done. I mean, we're just going to come in prepared, have a good game plan, and hope to play a good match. That's pretty much it. Well, when it comes to the shooting, you just look so great right now, Zekken. Peak performance. How would you compare this currently for you on your team when it comes to the freedom and the way they support you to the tournaments like Madrid, to Champs? Do you feel like you're getting better? I feel like I'm getting